Chapter 1662. Was this really just a seventh sky of Heaven Realm expert? None of them had seen such a ferocious seventh sky of Heaven Realm expert. In reality, the reason why everyone was hopeful was because they all felt that this was just a mere seventh sky of Heaven Realm. He was just lucky. How could he be compared to them? As long as they made a move, even if it was just for an instant, it would be enough to completely finish him off. This was where their confidence came from. A seventh sky of Heaven Realm expert was nothing in their eyes. He was just an ant. However, they didn't expect that the moment this ant came up, he gave them a show of strength, and it wasn't just an ordinary show of strength. A initial stage Heaven Realm expert was a famous figure even in the demon world. Although he was at the bottom among them, he was definitely a big figure in the demon world. Now that he was slapped to death with one palm, how could they not be shocked? Even if they knew that Yi Shiwen's strength couldn't be judged by realm, they didn't expect Yi Shiwen to be so strong. He didn't fight with Yi Shiwen head-on twice. Now that he saw it, Yi Shiwen was actually holding on to this extent. His aura was obviously much stronger than before. It was obvious that he had a fortuitous encounter just now. The more such an enemy was, the more terrifying it was. How much time had passed, and he had already become like this? If he was allowed to continue, the situation in the future would be unimaginable. Especially after he monopolized the resources of the entire treasury, it would be even more terrifying. At that time, he could only avoid him in the future. When everyone's eyes flashed again, Yi Shiwen had already returned to his throne. He was high up, looking down at everyone with a cold expression like a real god. I think you are looking to die. A mere stage 7 celestial dares to speak to us like that. At this moment, the peak celestial realm old ancestor laughed coldly and hollered. Swish! A huge mace instantly appeared in his hand. It was like a small mountain, and then it smashed down towards Yi Shiwen fiercely. It was fast and urgent, as if it didn't give Yi Shiwen any time to hide. Dang! A loud sound. The sky seemed to have been smashed into a huge crack, and the mace in his hand was actually blocked. It stopped 3 inches in front of Yi Shiwen, and the terrifying wind blew Yi Shiwen's hair into a mess. Yi Shiwen's fist blocked the mace's head. The mace was like a small hill, but it was completely blocked by his fist. The incomparably sharp spikes were completely flattened, and on Yi Shiwen's fist, there was actually a metallic luster. Immediately afterward, a touch of metallic texture spread out from his fist and instantly enveloped his entire body, making his entire person seem as if he had turned into a mecha. That's right, this was the same mecha that he had seen before. He had taken the opportunity to refine it. Although he still couldn't display its full power, but it was enough. This mecha had completely integrated into his flesh and blood. What is this? The great ancestor looked at Yi Shiwen in shock. He couldn't understand how he had become such a metal man. That's why I said just now, if you had escaped before, you might still have had time. But now you're dead. Yi Shiwen's voice also changed into a metallic luster. In an instant, he suddenly stepped on the ground, and his whole body tore through the sky with a loud whistling sound. His body disappeared on the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the great ancestor of the giant demon clan. Clang! With a loud clanging sound, a long sword appeared in Yi Shiwen's hand. Countless sword principles were constantly surging on it, and the terrifying sword light overlapped countless times. Yi Shiwen instantly slashed in front of the great ancestor of the giant demon clan. Dang! The great ancestor of the giant demon clan reacted very quickly. His hill-like figure instantly flew back for some distance, and then he raised the huge mace. Dang! There was another terrible roar as the sword light chopped down on the mace, setting off a sky-covering wave of chi. It seemed as if the entire sky was about to be overturned. That mace, which was refined from an unknown material, was actually broken into pieces, and cracks appeared on it. The giant demon's body was also pushed back repeatedly. One could imagine just how great the power of that sword was. How is this possible? How did this fellow become so strong all of a sudden? What is that layer? What armor? I've never seen it before. That layer is a mechanism. It was once a prosperous world, and the people of that world were famous for this mechanism. At this moment, someone who was knowledgeable recognized it. What the hell is this thing? It's actually so strong that it can allow a stage 7 Celestial Realm kid to actually force back the old ghost's attack? Everyone was shocked. It was as if they were completely stunned by the power of this mecha. No matter what, let's attack first and kill him. We've already come this far. Do you want us to give up? At this moment, another peak Celestial Realm old ancestor spoke up. Didn't you hear what he said? At this moment, even if we want to retreat, he definitely won't let us go. Attack! Let's work together to destroy him. We'll let him know that even if he gets the treasure, a Celestial Realm is just a Celestial Realm in front of us. That's right, kill this kid. We can't let this kid continue to be so arrogant. Facing the situation where everyone wanted to work together, Yi Shiwen's expression didn't change at all. Waves of vast power spread out from his body, forming a strong airflow that boiled around his body. He didn't move recklessly, and he was also constantly adapting to the power of the mecha. He was also continuously refining the mecha, making himself more compatible with the mecha. Shwa! Suddenly, a figure appeared around him. It was the late Celestial Realm old ancestor of the hidden demon clan. His speed was extremely fast, and under a sneak attack, even a peak Celestial Realm old ancestor could be killed by him. There was no one who didn't have a headache when it came to assassination. Get out of my way! Yi Shiwen shouted coldly, and a terrifying power boiled out from his body. Countless sword lights spurted out from each of his pores and swept out in a frenzy. Bang! The old ancestor of the hidden demon clan didn't have time to attack and was sent flying by Yi Shiwen. He directly spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? How could you have noticed? The old ancestor of the hidden demon clan looked at Yi Shiwen in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe that Yi Shiwen actually had such terrifying strength. Even his sneak attack couldn't hurt Yi Shiwen at all. Stupid! Yi Shiwen sneered and didn't intend to explain further. Mighty existence of the demon realm, immortal will, lend some power to your humble servant. Then, a loud and clear song spread from the devil army. A dreadful power surged in the sky above Yi Shiwen. Almost in an instant, an unparalleled long river of energy blasted towards Yi Shiwen. This was a very mysterious clan among the devil clan, the cursed demon clan. It was said that the devils of this clan were born with the ability to communicate with the heaven and earth. They could communicate with the heaven and earth using spells, and borrow the power of the heaven and earth to kill their opponents. Suddenly, the color of the entire mountain and river changed. The dreadful energy raged and boiled in the sky. Yi Shiwen also moved at this time. The aura on his body boiled again, and his big hand directly shot out. It penetrated the limits of the entire space, and its speed reached the peak. It had arrived first, even though it had been launched later. Its speed had reached an incredible degree. Bang! The entire long river of energy instantly turned into countless powder. A terrifying power shook out, annihilating the vast sky and turning it into countless powder. Die! Yi Shiwen sneered at this time and blasted his long fist. It carried unimaginable power and crossed the space and blasted towards the old ancestor of the cursed demon clan. Boom! The old ancestor of the cursed demon clan couldn't react at all. His skinny body was blasted away on the spot. Cracks appeared on his entire body and blood splattered out. Yi Shiwen wanted to continue to pursue and beat up the old ancestor of the cursed demon clan. At this time, the others couldn't sit still anymore, and they began to attack Yi Shiwen. They could all see that Yi Shiwen wasn't just ordinary ferocity. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to deal with him at all. Only if they joined forces would it be possible. Whoosh! A terrifying sound broke through the air. The old ancestor of the original demon clan, who was at the peak of the celestial realm, broke through the space and directly appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. Endless power came crashing down, and it was extremely fast. It was the first to hit Yi Shiwen's head. Bang! An incomparably loud roar sounded. This palm was blocked by Yi Shiwen's fist. The loud roar expanded into endless energy that swept out. At the same time, Yi Shiwen moved like lightning. His other hand directly grabbed the space, and he directly grabbed the palm of the old ancestor of the original demon clan, who was at the peak of the heaven realm. Then he suddenly used strength, and his veins popped out. His strength was so terrifying, and together with the power of the mecha, he could simply grab the stars. The old ancestor of the original demon clan couldn't react at all, and he was directly grabbed by him, and his entire body flew up. Whoosh! His entire body was flung over, and he violently smashed towards the two old ancestors of the Azura race who had just pounced over. Chapter 1663. Shwa! He was tossed over and smashed right into the two Shura race, celestial realm old ancestors who were pouncing over. These two heaven realm old ancestors were the most anxious. If they couldn't kill Yi Shiwen this time, then they wouldn't be able to kill Man Yin. Then it would be a disaster for them. Compared to the death of their entire race, the treasures in the treasury weren't much. While everyone else was conserving their strength, only the two of them wanted to kill Yi Shiwen the most. To them, Man Yin was under Yi Shiwen's protection. If Yi Shiwen didn't die, then Man Yin definitely wouldn't die. Therefore, the two of them had already pounced on him in the blink of an eye. The two of them were about to launch 6 punches together, but before they could do anything, they saw a huge black shadow smashing towards them. Pung! Pung! 2 loud sounds of metal clashing rang out. The two of them were smashed by Yi Shiwen's original demon race old ancestor. Ah! 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 Instantly, 3 screams rang out. The 2 Azura race old ancestors were like 2 cannonballs. They screamed and were sent flying. Their bodies were almost smashed into pieces. Yi Shiwen's strength was so strong that they finally felt it clearly. Their bodies were almost smashed into pieces. What was worse was that the original demon race old ancestor was smashed down by Yi Shiwen like a weapon. Although his realm was higher, the Azura race old ancestor's physical strength was still weak. That was something everyone knew. So, this collision would result in both sides suffering. The 2 Azura race old ancestors were sent flying. Who knew how many bones in the original demon race old ancestor's body were broken? Some of the broken bones pierced through his skin and blood spurted everywhere. It was extremely tragic. But at this moment, these demons didn't stop because of this. That was because they knew that they couldn't let Yi Shiwen gain the upper hand. Otherwise, they would really die without a burial place. The longer this dragged on, the more likely it was that Yi Shiwen would be able to control the entire treasury. At this time, even if they wanted to retreat, it was impossible to do so in a short period of time. Therefore, they had no other way out. At this time, they could only fight with all their might. If they could kill Yi Shiwen, then not only could they survive, but they could also divide the treasure house. Otherwise, they would die either way. They were very clear on what choice to make. Bang! Yi Shiwen treated the original demon race old ancestor like a heavy weapon, smashing it towards a celestial realm middle stage demon race old ancestor. Boom! This intermediate celestial realm demon race old ancestor was like a cannonball as he smashed into the ground. His entire body stabbed into the ground and shattered. One must know that he couldn't even move the 5-element stone in this place before. But now a crack had appeared on it. One could well imagine how much strength he had used. This person was even worse. His bones had been directly smashed, and he had died on the spot. In front of Yi Shiwen, The demon race's intermediate celestial realm demon ancestor was simply too weak. 100 million. It's another 100 million. Yi Shiwen calculated in his heart. To be able to use the power of this mecha naturally came with a price. This mecha was different from ordinary armor-type magic treasures. It required all sorts of energy to operate. Yi Shiwen actually used up over 100 million spirit crystals just by doing this action. Although this mecha was ridiculously powerful, its consumption was also ridiculously high. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to use it for long before they became completely broke. They couldn't even think about relying on this mecha to be invincible in the world. However, the Demon King naturally had his considerations for leaving it behind. If he could inherit the entire treasury, then he naturally wouldn't be lacking in spirit crystals. Yi Shiwen couldn't use this treasury now, but fortunately he had just made a fortune and there were still a few dragon veins in his body. But even so, the rate of consumption of the mecha still made him feel distressed. Every time he moved, he could feel that the dragon veins, which were the source of energy, dimmed a little. Although it was a little hard to see, as Yi Shiwen moved faster and more frequently, he could feel the terrifying consumption of spirit energy. Especially when he looked at it every once in a while, he could clearly feel the huge consumption. But at this time he had no other choice. He had to choose to keep all these people here. If he could get through this, he would be rich. If he couldn't, then he would basically die. Bang! 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 Yi Shiwen was like the reincarnation of an overlord in the mecha. His body was covered in a layer of metallic light. Among the demons, he constantly killed left and right. Everywhere he passed, there was a reign of terror. Roar! At this time, the original demon clan's old ancestor, who had been used as a weapon by Yi Shiwen, suddenly exploded. He was furious. He was a celestial realm old ancestor and had a high status in the demon realm. But in the end, he was easily captured and used as a weapon. Those who were smashed would be seriously injured, even if they didn't die. At this time, Yi Shiwen had already suffered serious injuries. Those devils didn't care that he was forced by Yi Shiwen. They greeted his body with all kinds of ruthless martial arts, as if they wanted to cripple him in the shortest time possible. At this time, he was just barely hanging on to his last breath. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation was at its peak, if it was an ordinary celestial realm early stage, or even late stage celestial realm expert, they would have long been tortured to death by Yi Shiwen and used as a shield for his attacks. There was no way they could have survived. Quick, save me! Save me! At this time, the original demon clan's old ancestor hurriedly shouted. At this time, he couldn't care about the conflict between him and the others. Want to leave? I think you're thinking too much. He used all the strength in his body to escape from Yi Shiwen's hands, but there was no way. In front of Yi Shiwen, he was nothing. No matter how hard he struggled, or even some violent actions, in front of Yi Shiwen, he couldn't escape at all. Yi Shiwen's casual violent action consumed hundreds of millions of spirit crystals. In his current state, Yi Shiwen had endless energy. He could kill gods and demons in his way. It was extremely terrifying. Although he was the original demon clan's old ancestor, he was caught by Yi Shiwen from the beginning. It could be said that Yi Shiwen controlled his weakness from the beginning. So at the beginning, he was defeated before he could do anything. This time, he wanted to escape again. He even thought of cutting off his wrist and escaping from Yi Shiwen's side like a gecko. However, this was already within Yi Shiwen's control and expectation. He couldn't escape at all. Endless, seven-colored divine radiance was constantly boiling in Yi Shiwen's body. No matter what kind of movement he made, he would be completely suppressed by Yi Shiwen. He couldn't escape Yi Shiwen's grasp at all. After his leg was broken, he instantly flew into the void. His whole leg also grew out little by little. However, he was only afraid for a short while before he was caught by Yi Shiwen. Kill! At this time, there was a sudden loud roar. The giant demon clan's old ancestor finally couldn't bear it anymore. The huge mace, which was like a small mountain, smashed towards Yi Shiwen from the sky. For a moment, the sky fell, the earth cracked, and the sun and moon lost their light. It seemed as if there was only one weapon in the world and only one figure in the world. At this time, Yi Shiwen shouted, and the dragon vein in his body burned again. Countless spiritual elemental energy was boiling from Yi Shiwen's body. "Idiot, do you still want to go against me now?" Yi Shiwen sneered. He directly waved the original demon clan's old ancestor and faced the giant demon clan's old ancestor. Pum! An incomparably loud sound echoed. The body of the original demon clan's ancestor collided with the mace of the giant demon clan's ancestor. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. It was incomparably bloody because the original demon clan's ancestor had been used as a big stick by Yi Shiwen. The giant demon clan's old ancestor was completely nailed to the iron nail of the giant demon clan's old ancestor. Although the nail wasn't very big compared to the giant demon clan's old ancestor, it was still as thick as a person's arm. A big hole appeared in his head, and he died on the spot. A celestial realm old ancestor didn't even have the chance to display his true strength. He died here in such a way. However, facing Yi Shiwen, who had already put on the mecha, they couldn't hurt him at all. Although the mecha consumed a lot of energy, it was still a terrifying killing machine. At this time, the giant demon clan's old ancestor retreated. He couldn't hold the giant demon clan's old ancestor's old ancestor's old ancestor's old ancestor. He couldn't hold the wolf tooth mace anymore. His palms that were holding the giant demon clan's old ancestor's old ancestor was forced to retreat. He couldn't hold the giant demon clan's old ancestor's old ancestor's old ancestor's old ancestor's old ancestor. Die. Yi Shiwen let out a loud shout. His body constantly spewed out sword light that condensed in the void. It was unknown how many sword lights he condensed, but at this moment they condensed into a long river of sword Tao that instantly rushed towards the giant demon clan's ancestor. Pum! The giant demon clan's old ancestor didn't have time to dodge and was pierced on the spot. Chapter 1664. Another two extremely strong Heaven Realm old ancestors were killed by Yi Shiwen on the spot. What was fierce? This was fierce, and it was at an invincible level. Their attacks fell on Yi Shiwen's body like raindrops falling down, but they couldn't even make Yi Shiwen raise his eyebrows. The mecha on his body blocked all of the attacks. A loud, rumbling sound rang out, and all of the attacks were blocked. Even Yi Shiwen, who was in the innermost part of the mecha, couldn't be affected at all. Even Yi Shiwen couldn't help but feel emotional. This mecha looked a little weird, but it was much stronger than he had expected. The more he trained, the more functions it would have. This was just the initial training. Just the strength and speed of the mecha itself was already so strong. If he completed the training, it would definitely rise to a whole new level. The only weakness was that it consumed too much energy. But to Yi Shiwen, who had gotten rich overnight, it was still bearable. Such combat strength was something that others couldn't exchange for no matter how many spirit crystals they had. The death of the two Heaven Realm old ancestors didn't scare them off. On the contrary, they became even crazier. To them, the stronger Yi Shiwen was, the harder it was for them to escape death. Since they were going to die anyway, they naturally had to go all out. Maybe they would have a chance of survival. But at this moment, Yi Shiwen couldn't care so much. His target was the demon lord successor. Out of all these people, only this person had to be killed. It was just like how the Devil King's successor had racked his brains and thought of every possible way to kill Yi Shiwen. It was simply impossible for them to coexist peacefully from the very beginning. If two tigers were to fight, then one of them would die. Shwa! Yi Shiwen's body disappeared in the void, tearing a loud sound in the void. His body instantly appeared in front of the demon lord successor. piercing through the layers of the demon race's old ancestors' blockade. Shwa! The demon lord's successor opened his demon wings and wanted to escape. He turned into a streak of black light and wanted to escape Yi Shiwen's range, who knew that Yi Shiwen was even faster. With his sharp eyes and quick hands, he directly grabbed the ankle of the demon lord's successor. How can it be so fast? The devil monarch's successor looked at Yi Shiwen in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Yi Shiwen's speed was so fast. Yi Shiwen was able to catch up to him even after he had unfolded his devil wings. This was too shocking for him. Don't tell me you've forgotten that the devil wings you've been practicing is just an incomplete version. I'm the owner of the complete version. It's meaningless to play this trick in front of me. Yi Shiwen sneered and easily broke his delusion. How is this possible? I don't believe it. At this time, the Devil King's successor gave a loud shout and actually broke off his entire thigh. He wanted to escape from Yi Shiwen's hands by breaking off his leg and directly stretched out his devil wings. How could Yi Shiwen let him escape? He immediately shouted and stretched out his hand to grab his other leg. Then, Yi Shiwen threw him to the ground as fast as a sudden clap of thunder. Bang! With a loud bang, he immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body fell to the ground, almost as if it was about to explode. Who knew how many bones in his body were broken? It was extremely terrifying. With Yi Shiwen's current strength and the power of the mecha, even a small mountain could be smashed into powder by him. Although the Devil Monarch's successor was very powerful, he obviously couldn't be compared with the power of Yi Shiwen's mecha. If it were an ordinary Celestial Realm expert, he would have already been smashed into meat paste at this time. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Suddenly, at this time, a large number of devils flew over. Although they didn't know what kind of grievances Yi Shiwen had with the Devil Monarch's successor, they also understood one thing, and that was Yi Shiwen must not be allowed to achieve what he wanted to achieve. These people surrounded Yi Shiwen. With Yi Shiwen's strength and the mecha, even if he could defeat them, it was impossible for him to destroy all of them in an instant. After all, these were famous ancestors in the Devil Realm. Each of them was a very powerful existence, and it was not that easy to deal with. At this time, the Devil Monarch's successor didn't hesitate at all. While Yi Shiwen was being held up, he immediately spread his demonic wings and flew out of the hall, directly betraying the devils again. Of course, at this time, the devils couldn't care about cursing at him, because at this time Yi Shiwen, who saw that the Devil Monarch's successor was about to escape, was completely in a state of rage. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would be able to kill him again. Get out of my way! Yi Shiwen shouted and directly killed an old Celestial Realm expert in the early stage of the Celestial Realm in front of him with one palm. In front of Yi Shiwen, he couldn't fight back at all. Directly killing one with one palm didn't require any exquisite martial arts. It could be done with great strength. Rip! There was a loud tearing sound, and then a huge black shadow swept over. This was the ancestor of the demonic beasts, who knew how many years it had lived for, and its cultivation was incomparably deep. These demonic beasts had a much longer lifespan than the demon race. So at the same realm, these demonic beasts were much stronger than ordinary demons. An incomparably huge demonic claw grabbed towards Yi Shiwen from the air. It wasn't that it didn't see Yi Shiwen's ferocity. It was just that it wanted to rely on its rough skin and thick flesh to grab Yi Shiwen to death. You're asking for death. Yi Shiwen sneered. Seeing that the Devil Monarch's successor was getting further and further away, he couldn't care anymore. He had to kill all of these people first, as long as he digested the Devil Monarch's treasury. Then even if the Devil Monarch's successor was still alive, there was nothing to worry about. Even if he announced it, it was useless because he was a human. Even if the whole world knew about it, it was useless. He didn't even move around in the demon race. Of course, conversely, this was also his disadvantage. Because there were no forces in the demon realm, it was very difficult for him to find the Devil Monarch's successor. He could only wait for the next time he appeared, and then he would strike like lightning and completely eradicate him. Clang! Bang! A sound similar to the sound of gold and iron colliding with each other was heard. This magical beast's devil claw and Yi Shiwen's fist fiercely collided with each other, followed by another blood-curdling screech. The huge body of this magical beast began to continuously retreat while trembling unceasingly. In the confrontation of strength, it was completely defeated by Yi Shiwen. The entire demonic claw was completely fractured, and the bones that were harder than metal were completely broken in the vibration. Die. Yi Shiwen opened his hands, and countless sword auras condensed into a huge light sword in his hands. This light sword was perpendicular to the ground, constantly rotating at a high speed, making a terrifying buzzing sound. Suddenly, the light sword shot out directly, like a flying dragon, instantly flying into the sky, and went straight towards this demonic beast. At this time, the demonic beasts were already frightened by Yi Shiwen's killing. They scattered in all directions, not daring to continue to confront Yi Shiwen head-on. No one went to save him. Even if there was no one would save him. At this time, taking the opportunity to kill Yi Shiwen was the right thing to do. Bang! This sword directly penetrated this demonic beast from the head to the tail in an instant. Yi Shiwen's sword light carried an unparalleled momentum, extremely terrifying. Then a huge figure like a hill fell directly, smashing the demonic beast old ancestor into a meat patty. It was the 9 dragons' heavenly cauldron, and the flesh and blood of the old ancestor were all devoured by Tianyuan Mirror in one breath. At this time, the remaining demonic beasts, who still had the heart to fight, quickly retreated one after another, not daring to continue to confront Yi Shiwen. But at this time, how could Yi Shiwen let them go so easily? Bang! 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 Yi Shiwen's figure constantly shuttled back and forth, like a god of slaughter, simply unstoppable. Originally, it was only a short corridor, and along the way, these demonic beasts did not realize that it was actually so long. It was so long that they could feel the breath of the terrible god of slaughter behind them at any time. In just a short period of time, this place became a bloody azure field, and these demonic beasts fell one after another. No matter what level of demonic beasts they could not stop a single move from Yi Shiwen. Even if it was a master at the peak of the celestial being realm, in the case of a hurried escape, they could not withstand a few blows from Yi Shiwen, and were blasted to death by Yi Shiwen. Hiding under the mecha, Yi Shiwen was invincible, and he did not need to be afraid of getting injured at all. Just based on the current situation, it was even more tyrannical than his tyrant body, and more reassuring than the tyrant body. Blood flowed like a river, but it was instantly evaporated, and all of it was absorbed by Tianyuan Mirror. Yi Shiwen had already clearly felt that Yi Mo's spirit was faintly awakening, and it would wake up soon. This time, among the masters that were wantonly slaughtered by Yi Shiwen, there were many masters at the peak of the celestial being realm. How could ordinary people compare to them? Absorbing 10,000 ordinary celestial being realm masters could not compare to one master at the peak of the celestial being realm. In Yi Shiwen's stupidest moment, when the last demon thought that he was about to escape, a sword light chased behind him, and he was slashed by the sword light on the spot. His whole body exploded in the air, and with a loud bang, he turned into a cloud of blood mist. After killing the last enemy, Yi Shiwen put away the mecha that was covering his body. Although the power of this mecha was extraordinary, it consumed too much energy. If it was him in the past, he was afraid that just one battle would completely bankrupt him, and it could not be compared to him at all. It's a pity that I still let that guy escape, and I don't know when the next time will be. Yi Shiwen sighed, but then immediately turned around and went into the depths of the treasure house. The harvest this time was really too big, and it would take him a long time to digest it all. Chapter 1665. His gains this time were huge, far more than all the previous times combined. Just the portion of wealth that he could unlock was shocking enough. One could even say that it was enough for him to start his own sect. Moreover, there was even more wealth in the depths of the treasury. However, if he wanted to get it, he had to surpass Heaven Realm. That would take a long time, but it was worth looking forward to. Just as he returned to his throne, he saw Mannion, who was behind the barrier, constantly spitting out an incredibly powerful aura. Her entire body was emitting a dense mist. She was like a fairy in a dense fog, constantly emitting a powerful aura. If they were not in the Demon Lord's treasury, they would have caused the sky to change color. When one reached Heaven Realm, their every action could cause the sky to change, and they were extremely strong. Yi Shiwen could tell right away that she was trying to break through to Heaven Realm middle stage, and she was at the crucial moment. As expected, all sorts of phenomenons started to form behind her. A powerful Azura phantom guarded behind him. Faintly, it gave off the aura of a king of the heavens. Every move it made was filled with great power. This was the ancestor of the Shura race, the Shura Demon Lord. He was a strong existence that had once ruled the demon world. He used to be one of the strongest in the world. Many of the skills of the Azura tribe were related to this Azura Demon King. Whoever could condense more shadows of the Azura Demon King would be able to display more powerful martial arts skills of the Azura tribe. This was a person that made the entire world kneel to him. It could be seen that Mannion was currently under immense pressure. As he unleashed his martial art, the Azura Demon Monarch appeared. It caused the entire treasury to bounce back. The formless pressure pressed down. This was a battle between two demon lords. As the saying went, two tigers couldn't share the same mountain. At such a time, how could they allow another demon lord's heir to break through here? However, Yi Shiwen didn't help. He could tell that the more pressure Mannion faced, the stronger she would be after she broke through. This was the same reason why his foundation was extremely sturdy. Hence, he would often become incomparably powerful after breaking through, sweeping away everything in his path. However, even with Mannion's foundation and strength, it was still very difficult for her to break through now. Waves of strong pressure pressed down on her. Her small body was creaking, and a terrifying power was boiling in her body. Ah! She couldn't help but scream. The Shura shadow behind her condensed even more tenaciously. She was a very stubborn person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made the queen her lifelong goal. This was not a goal that ordinary people could have. Even in the demon world, only a few talented and bold people dared to set the demon lord as their goal. Even many princes and princesses felt that it was already very impressive to break through to the demon god realm. She persisted until suddenly the devil essence in her body was completely used up. Just as she was thinking that this was bad, her devil essence was completely used up. She had used up all her strength, but she hadn't used up all her strength yet. Not good. Am I going to fail this time? She could not help but feel a little bitter. She saw a torrent of energy suddenly being controlled by a mysterious power, and with a bang, it fell into her body. She was slightly surprised as she looked in front of her. The person who had made the move was Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen had opened one of the restrictions. Under his control, the elixir turned into energy that filled the sky. Then it directly fell into his body. Don't worry, don't think too much. Let's get through this first. Yi Shiwen's voice spread over. She didn't think too much and started to go into seclusion. With the replenishment of this new power in her body, she finally got through the most difficult moment. The power in her body was being replenished, and she kept charging at the barrier of Celestial Realm middle stage. A muffled sound rang out. Mannion's body started to boil with power. The power that had been stagnant finally started to sweep up. She stepped into the clouds and reached the heavens in one step. She finally stepped into Celestial Realm middle stage. After a long while, she finally stabilized her Celestial Realm middle stage. As for stabilizing it further, it would take a long time. Thank you, Mannion said. This is nothing. If you didn't stop that guy, I wouldn't have been able to refine the Thunderbolt Spear. To be honest, I have more things to thank you for. Yi Shiwen said with a smile. Man Yin didn't continue to say anything. The current situation was already unclear. Yi Shiwen had even saved her life before. Compared to that, this decisiveness was nothing. She quietly closed her eyes and comprehended the celestial realm middle stage. After a long while, she finally opened her eyes and said, I've gained a lot this time. Now I'm going back. As she said that, she looked at Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, What? Do you think I'll eat you? Aren't you afraid that I'll leak the secret if you let me go? This was also her biggest doubt. Once the news of the Devil King's inheritance was leaked, it would definitely cause the entire Devil world to go crazy. At that time, he would never be able to show his face again. It could even be said that it would not be strange for him to become a street rat. I believe in you. Yi Shiwen didn't say anything else and just said the sentence. Tisk. Man Yin turned around and seemed to be a little disdainful. You trust others too easily. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure had already disappeared outside the treasury. There were other sounds faintly heard. But don't worry. At least this time, I'll keep my word and won't tell others. But if someone else leaks it, then don't blame me. Yi Shiwen smiled and didn't say anything. The reason why she could say this was because she was confident that once he took control of the violent thunder spear, the entire treasure vault would soon fall into his hands. At that time, as long as he sealed the entire treasure vault, no one would be able to enter other than him. What was there to be afraid of? However, if Man Yin couldn't even withstand this test, then there would naturally be other things. But no matter what, Yi Shiwen, who controlled the thunderbolt spear, was in an invincible position. He wasn't afraid of any problems at all. After Man Yin left, Yi Shiwen completely closed the doors of the treasury and also the spatial crack that connected the treasury to the outside world. Although he still couldn't completely control the entire treasury, he could still do it to this extent easily. After that, his time was also very tight. He still had 2 months left. He had to break into the 8th level of the sky human realm within these 2 months. At that time, his battle strength would rise to a higher level. If he wanted to accomplish what the clan head said at the alliance meeting, he would need more than just this. It probably wouldn't be that easy. The 4 major forces and the ancient Phoenix realm had countless geniuses. How could it be that easy for Yi Shiwen to defeat them? If he was only at the 7th level of the sky human realm, he wouldn't have complete confidence. However, if he could enter the 8th level of the sky human realm, then everything would be relatively simple. To break into the 8th level of the sky human realm in 2 months' time was still a little too tight for him. Previously, when he broke through to the 7th level of the sky human realm, he spent a full 10 years. This time he broke through again, and it took less than half a year. Fortunately, with the Demon King's treasury, he inherited a lot of things. It was enough for him to have a sufficient foundation in these 2 months' time. Yi Shiwen held the violent thunder spear in his hand. Under the control of his mind, the parts of the treasure house that could be controlled by him completely disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, innumerable medicinal fragrances and the aura of jewels filled the air all at once, filling the entire treasure house. Beep! Suddenly, within Yi Shiwen's body, a tender cry sounded. Then, a ray of light ran out from his body and ran to the front of a pile of medicinal pills. It opened its small mouth and formed a monstrous suction force, as if it wanted to absorb the entire world. Countless precious medicinal pills from the outside world were swallowed by it at this time. Hey, you little thing, aren't you afraid of being bloated? Yi Shiwen looked at the young Kuan-Pong, who actually absorbed a pile of medicinal pills that were several times bigger than his body in one breath. He couldn't help but say hurriedly, but his reminder was too late. At this time, the young Kuan-Pong had already absorbed all the medicinal pills. Then his entire small belly bulged up. He lay on the place where the medicinal pills were just piled up and rolled around. He looked very satisfied and even burped. You're really a foodie." Yi Shiwen looked at the little thing, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect this little thing to actually swallow all the medicinal pills. This made him a little speechless. Moreover, it felt like a whale swallowing and drinking, completely like a boorish person. Even Yi Shiwen didn't dare to be so reckless. If he continued to absorb like this, he was afraid that he would completely explode soon. But this young Kuan Pong was like the reincarnation of a Taotai. He swallowed so many elixirs in one go. These were all money. Yi Shiwen almost slapped this wastrel to death. Any one of these elixirs could easily be sold for hundreds of millions of spirit crystals. It was impossible to calculate how many elixirs he swallowed in one go. But thinking about it, anyway, this prodigal had already wasted 9 dragon veins. Yi Shiwen was very used to it. So Yi Shiwen didn't care about this little thing running around and directly began to sit cross-legged in midair. Chapter 1666. After entering the peak of the 7th level of the Sky Realm, Yi Shiwen had thought that he would need some time, but he didn't expect to face a breakthrough so soon. Luckily, his foundation was very strong, and his comprehension was far beyond ordinary people's imagination, so it didn't cause too big of a problem. Many of the medicinal pills around him started to burn under the influence of his aura, turning into balls of energy that surged into Yi Shiwen's body. Sometimes he even touched the medicinal pills in front of young Kuan Pong, making him so angry that he kept screaming. These pills had transformed into a torrent of energy. Therefore, Yi Shiwen had sufficient confidence in his strength. Boom! 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 His body was constantly emitting a 7-colored mist. After the pill that filled the sky turned into a torrent of energy and entered his body, he had no way to completely consume it. The excess was spewed out from his pores, forming a 7-colored mist. Waves of powerful energy kept spewing out of his body, attacking the barrier of the 8th level of the Sky Realm. The barrier, which wasn't very strong before, was now abnormally strong. Every step in the Sky Realm was like reaching the heavens, and every level was a crucial point. Not far away from him, the young Kuan Pong was also constantly devouring those elixirs. With every mouthful, the aura on his body grew. He was like the legendary Taotai, able to digest everything he ate. His appetite was unbelievably good. On the other side of the barrier, Yulian was also recovering bit by bit. She was also breaking through to a higher level. She wanted to use this chance to break through to the peak of the celestial realm in one go with the countless divine treasures in the area. She had accumulated enough and was already at stage 6 of the celestial realm, not to mention now. She was just a step away from the peak of the celestial realm. Now she wanted to try how to break through to the peak of the celestial realm. Once she could truly step into the peak of the Sky Realm, then Yi Shiwen would immediately have another good helper. Time ticked by as these people busied themselves. Soon, more than a month had passed. Yi Shiwen was still sitting there like a statue, not moving at all. He just sat cross-legged, and the aura on his body grew stronger bit by bit. Compared to a month ago, Yi Shiwen's aura had almost reached a whole new level, and with the nourishment of these medicinal pills, his foundation seemed to have become even stronger. Others might not be able to tell, but Yulian, who had been watching Yi Shiwen's cultivation, could completely see it. In a month's time, she completely stepped into the peak of the Sky Realm and became a top figure in the world. Yi Shiwen's realm was not as good as hers, but the time he spent to break through was actually more than hers. After more than a month, he still could not smoothly step into the 8th heaven of celestial being realm. Or rather, even if he could, he was completely suppressed by Yi Shiwen. At this time, she finally understood why Yi Shiwen was able to challenge people of a higher realm. He was so amazing. Just by looking at this breakthrough, she knew that it was impossible for an ordinary person to achieve this. It was at this moment that she finally understood why Yi Shiwen could fight across levels. Just looking at this breakthrough, it wasn't something that ordinary people could have. and not far away from her, that Kunpeng was once again lying there with a round belly, groaning. In this month, this wasn't the first time she saw such a scene. Each time he swallowed a bunch of medicinal pills, not afraid of indigestion. He looked like the reincarnation of a Taotai. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been completely eaten by this thing. Only Yi Shiwen, who had just obtained the Demon King's treasury, could let him do as he pleased. In the entire treasury, there were countless treasures. With Yi Shiwen's current consumption speed, even if it was a black hole for others, he still couldn't use it all. But after he stepped into the sky realm, this consumption speed was already the growth of the northern part of the city, but it was still enough to feed this Kunpeng. In contrast, this Kunpeng actually went from the original transcendent realm to the sky realm in one go in such a short period of time. Although it was only the first level of the sky realm, it was already very shocking. In just a month's time, it went from the transcendent realm to the sky realm in one go. With the Kunpeng's appetite, it was completely imaginable how many resources it had swallowed in one go. This was already shocking enough. If it was an ordinary person, even if they had these resources, they wouldn't dare to absorb them so recklessly. At least with Yi Shiwen's physique, if he absorbed so much in a month's time, he would be purely tired of living. It would already be considered very good if he didn't explode on the spot. However, looking at this little guy's appearance, it was obvious that it wasn't satisfied yet. It was like there was no end to it, and it could keep swallowing. In Yi Shiwen's words, it was living like a pig. But even if it lived like a pig, it could still enter the sky realm from the transcendent realm within a month. As the saying went, comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. Yi Shiwen had experienced more than 200 years, racked his brains, and finally entered the sky realm after going through many hardships. In the end, this little guy caught up in just a month like a pig. What did it mean to be gifted? This was gifted. Even though Yu Lian had lived for so many years, she had never seen such a powerful bloodline. No wonder Kunpeng could be ranked as one of the top 10 vicious beasts in the world. It used to not even put the gods in its eyes, and its ancestor was even ranked as the master of all beasts in the world. Compared to such a monster, ordinary people had no way to deal with it. Beep! 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 The little guy rolled around on the ground, looking like he had eaten too much, which made Yu Lian's teeth itch. She had cultivated her state of mind for so many years, but it seemed to have become a complete joke here. She couldn't control herself in front of this little guy, and couldn't help but curse in her heart. Die from eating too much. It's best if you die from eating too much. This bastard, if you don't eat too much, how can you be worthy of those who have cultivated so hard? But obviously, the heavens didn't hear her prayers. Although this little guy kept rolling around with a very uncomfortable look, it obviously didn't look like he was going to die from eating too much. On the contrary, the feathers all over his body became more lustrous, and he constantly spat out colorful mist. He completely looked like a prodigal who was wasting good things to the end. This left Yu Lian completely speechless. However, when she looked at the owner of this little thing, she saw that he wasn't any better. His whole body was constantly absorbing the energy from the elixir while emitting 7 colored rays of light. He was completely like a prodigal son. She could only sigh with emotion. Like master, like spirit pet. These two were simply a bastard carved from the same mold. However, the difference was that Yi Shiwen knew that his behavior was a prodigal, but he could only grit his teeth and continue. If these things were not converted into strength, then it would really be a complete waste. And this little guy didn't feel anything at all. Even if he was given a dragon vein, he would dare to swallow it all in one gulp. He didn't notice his problem at all. Boom! Suddenly, Yi Shiwen's body, which hadn't moved for a long time, began to move all of a sudden. A burst of crackling sound came from his body, and more colorful light was spat out. White smoke was constantly emitting from the top of his head. The originally stagnant aura also began to burst out continuously, sweeping in all directions in a circle. Behind him, the Mingxin ancient tree directly manifested. Another god appeared in the ancient god scripture, and it began to chant the Heart Sutra continuously. Every word contained great principles and had great power. Around his body, countless laws began to manifest and started to appear around him. They rose up and down, continuously condensing and regenerating. The scene was abnormally shocking, even more shocking than many Heaven Realm experts. In Yu Lian's eyes, the laws that condensed around him were thicker and more magnificent than many Heaven Realm experts. Not to mention those Heaven Realm experts, they couldn't compare at all. This was the true reason why Yi Shiwen could fight against Heaven Realm experts. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to have such a strong foundation. This would waste a lot of resources. If it was possible, wouldn't it be more convenient to directly advance to the Heaven Realm? Only someone like Yi Shiwen, who had so many resources and had the realistic need to increase his combat power in a short period of time, would take such an unconventional action. Boom! 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 The aura on Yi Shiwen's body was still sweeping out in circles, constantly getting stronger. It was as if all the previous accumulation was going to be turned into combat power in this instant. It didn't stop for a moment, and it began to burst out continuously. Rumble! A series of thunderous explosions rang out, and Yi Shiwen's body finally burst out completely. A strong push pushed Yu Lian and little Kuan Peng far away, forcing little Kuan Peng, who was already a little full, to cry out in dissatisfaction. But there was no other way. The current Yi Shiwen's aura had reached an extremely terrifying level, and the storm that swept out could destroy a mountain range. Boom! His aura finally rose to the extreme, and after breaking through, it swept out like a hot knife through butter. Yi Shiwen also slowly opened his eyes. Eighth heaven of Heaven Realm. He had finally stepped into this level, and a strong force was constantly growing in his body. It was unprecedentedly strong, and compared to before, it was as if he wasn't in the same realm. Chapter 1667. It was still very easy for him to step into the 8th level of Celestial Being Realm. However, the most difficult thing was to increase his combat power while breaking through. That was why he had spent more than a month in one go. Fortunately, he had obtained the treasures of this demon lord. He had also obtained a lot of pills to consolidate his realm and increase his strength. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to do this. He opened his eyes and looked at the little Kuan Peng, who was constantly shouting at the side. He couldn't help but smile. Although the little Kuan Peng was constantly shouting at this time, it had a feeling of intimacy with Yi Shiwen from the bottom of its heart. He laughed heartily and waved his hand. An even bigger storm swept over. The little thing was blown even further away, rolling all the way out. The little thing was even more agitated. It pointed at Yi Shiwen and shouted, as if saying that when its strength reached a certain level, it would fight with Yi Shiwen to the death. Although it was subdued by Yi Shiwen, the nature of this little thing had not changed at all. Especially in front of Yi Shiwen, it did not restrain itself at all. Yi Shiwen looked at the little thing's round body helplessly. At this speed, this little thing might invent a new way to die, death from obesity. And the most terrifying thing was that this little thing was getting fat at this speed. If it continued like this, it might not even be able to fly. Of course, it could rely on the wind attribute law to fly, but wouldn't that be too ridiculous? It's been hard on you to protect me during this time. Yi Shiwen looked at Yu Lian and said, "It's not hard at all. Here the world is sealed. Others can't come in. In fact, it's not of much use." Yu Lian said with a smile. Yi Shiwen smiled. Yu Lian was still consolidating her realm during this time. She should be in close cultivation, but now she had to close cultivation for him. "Well, you should go and consolidate your realm. I don't need you to watch over me here," Yi Shiwen said. Now that he had broken through to the 8th level of Celestial Being Realm, he did not need to continue to close cultivation. He only needed to continue consolidating. There was no need for others to help protect him. What's more, as Yu Lian said, the possibility of encountering danger here was too small. Okay. Yu Lian didn't say anything else. She went to the side and started to cultivate in seclusion. Yi Shiwen did not hesitate at this time, and directly began to close up again to consolidate his own realm, while at the same time constantly refining the violent thunder spear, and began to master the entire treasure house. Only when he had complete control of the treasury would he be able to leave with peace of mind. Only when he had complete control of the treasury would he be able to enter and exit it freely. Just like before, although he could freely enter the treasury, he borrowed the power of the imperial flag of the underworld and the angel's sword. When he left, he still had to leave the demon realm and return to the ancient wilderness. On the other hand, if he could completely control the treasury, he would be able to directly break through space to enter and exit the treasury. He wouldn't need to go through the passageway in the demon realm. This was very important to him. He didn't want to go through the demon realm every time, because if he was ambushed, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Another half a month passed in the blink of an eye. It was only a few days before the alliance meeting that the clan head had mentioned. Yi Shiwen finally woke up from his state of seclusion. After this half a month, he had completely consolidated his realm of the 8th level of Celestial Being Realm. Moreover, he had also completely refined the violent thunder spear and had complete control of the entire treasury. At this time, even if thousands of troops and horses were to attack, he could mobilize the array in the treasury and completely destroy these invading enemies. The entire treasury was now completely in Yi Shiwen's hands. After coming out of seclusion, Yi Shiwen did not hesitate immediately. He directly took Yu Lian and began to rush in the direction of the royal court. As for the little thing, Kuan Peng, Yi Shiwen completely left it in this treasury. Anyway, it was useless to Yi Shiwen now, so it was better to cultivate here. Yi Shiwen disguised himself as a fallen angel and quietly left this remote place in the demon realm. When no one saw him, he directly spread his demon wings and flew all the way in the direction of the royal court. With the experience of entering the demon realm last time, Yi Shiwen did not stop at all. After spending a whole day, he finally came to the crack on the border between the demon realm and the royal court. At this time, the border between the demon realm and the royal court was tense, and countless troops were mobilized to the front line. Looking from afar, there was a huge battlefield that was unfathomably wide and unfathomably long. All kinds of lights were flashing in the distance, and countless experts were fighting in it. Among the demon clan, there were many troops that were mobilized. Originally, both sides could be said to be at peace, and there were even cities on both sides near the battlefield. However, at this time, the cities near the battlefield had long been destroyed in the war. No one could survive the flames of war of this level. Yi Shiwen disguised himself as a fallen angel and flew all the way in the direction of the human clan. The fallen angel clan, as one of the 8 royal clans of the demon realm, had a very high status. Although Yi Shiwen was flying around the battlefield alone, no demon dared to make irresponsible remarks, and no one dared to casually interrogate him. If it were an ordinary low-level race, how would they dare to wander around the battlefield at this time? Wouldn't that be courting death? Along the way, he encountered several groups of human experts who were lurking, and saw that Yi Shiwen was about to attack him. However, at this time, Yi Shiwen did not have time to waste with them. He fled all the way and spent a whole day to barely escape to the territory of the human clan. At this time, Yi Shiwen could completely change his identity to the human clan and did not have to continue to pretend to be a fallen angel. At this time, the battlefield was in chaos, and a large number of experts from various forces had gathered here, so Yi Shiwen was not very eye-catching. In addition, his identity as a marquis of Yi clan, and he quickly passed through the layers of blockade of the royal court. After leaving the royal court, he directly rushed to Yi clan. In this way, it took a whole day. On the 3rd day, Yi Shiwen finally rushed back to Yi clan from the desolate border of the demon realm. If this was many years ago, this was simply unimaginable. At that time, with Yi Shiwen's strength, It was simply impossible to cross such a long distance in such a short time. But now Yi Shiwen did it, and he did it easily. Not to mention anything else. Just crossing the chaotic battlefield alone. If it was Yi Shiwen in the past, he would have to be careful, because if he was not careful, he would encounter a large army, and at that time he could only continue to escape. But for the current him, it was a small matter. Celestial realm experts already had the ability to protect themselves on the battlefield. Not to mention, his current combat strength could not be compared to when he had just entered the 7th level of Celestial Realm. Yi Shiwen returned to Yi Clan and very quickly attracted the attention of the Yi Clan's higher-ups, because his sudden disappearance 2 months ago had already attracted some attention from Yi Clan. For an expert of his level, whether he stayed or left, there would be a lot of attention, not to mention that in 3 months he would be participating in the alliance between the human clan and the other 4 clans. This was even more important, and just when everyone thought that Yi Shiwen would not be able to make it in time, he finally made it. And when Yi Shiwen had just arrived at Yi Clan, he heard an incomparably shocking matter. That was Yi Qiong and Yi Kwang, 2 of the younger generation of Yi Clan who had entered the Celestial Realm, were actually seriously injured and on the verge of death. When he received this news, Yi Shiwen was instantly incomparably shocked. One had to know that with their strength and status, how many people would dare to kill them like this, and how many people had the ability to do so. The strength of the Celestial Realm early stage was not a joke. After receiving this news, Yi Shiwen did not even have time to rest, and directly rushed to see his master, Yi Jintian, in a large hall in the law enforcement city. Yi Shiwen looked at Yi Jintian and asked, "What exactly is going on? How did the 2 of them get seriously injured? This is impossible, right?" "Actually, this matter is related to you," Yi Jintian said. "Related to me?" Yi Shiwen was a little confused. What did this matter have to do with him again? "That's right. Do you remember that you heavily injured the Phoenix sect previously?" Yi Jintian said. "Does Master mean that the experts of the Phoenix clan have come again?" Yi Shiwen suddenly realized that this was the only explanation that could make sense. Otherwise, why would Yi Jintian say that it was related to him? "That's right, that's it. The Phoenix clan has sent another expert, Feng Wuying, whose cultivation is simply unfathomable. This time, after you left, someone quickly invited Yi Kwang and Yi Qiong to participate in some gathering of the younger generation. However, at the gathering, Feng Wuying suddenly appeared, provoked the 2, and even said that our Yi clan had lost a single cent naturally. The 2 of them were not willing to accept it and attacked. Most importantly, the 2 of them joined forces, but they were actually not his match and were easily injured by him." Yi Jintian squinted his eyes and said with a serious expression, "The 2 of them joined forces?" Yi Shiwen was stunned for a moment, confirming that he did not hear wrongly, right? These 2 enemies actually joined forces? This was not between him and Yi Qiong. In fact, the relationship between Yi Qiong and Yi Kwang was even worse than the relationship between him and Yi Kwang. These 2 actually joined forces? In other words, how powerful must the other party be to be able to force these 2 arrogant people to this point? Chapter 1668. Yi Shiwen didn't know how powerful this Feng Wuying was. However, just one detail was enough to make him realize that this Feng Wuying might be an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. Yi Qiong and Yi Kwang didn't have a good relationship with each other. However, both of them had become the top leaders of the Yi family. So, they didn't fight like before in order to maintain the unity of the Yi family. However, it was common for them to fight against each other. Moreover, both of them were proud people. Their strength was also at the top of the Yi family. Apart from the illusory Yi Su Kong, Yi Qianqian and Yi Shiwen, these 2 should be considered as the top experts of the Yi family. What kind of strength was this? What kind of pride was this? But they were actually forced to join hands. How tyrannical must the opponent be to force them to make such a choice? Yes, you also heard it. These two have always been at odds with each other. However, they have joined hands now. This is like asking me to join hands with Yi Zhenmo and the others. Unless the opponent is really powerful and unrivaled, or even a character like the clan lord, then it's only possible. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Yi Jintian said, "The strength of the Phoenix clan is unfathomable. They have retreated to the ancient Phoenix world for many years. However, they are much stronger than us. Any one of the 4 clans might not be a match for the ancient Phoenix world if they were to fight alone. Moreover, the ancient Phoenix world has been recuperating and storing up their strength for so many years. Moreover, they aren't like us who have to compete with the other 3 clans for resources. Therefore, even we don't know how tyrannical their strength has become over the years. We can still think of ways to control some of the demon race and use them as our spies. However, we really don't know anything about the ancient Phoenix realm. It's been too long since the last war. Moreover, everyone said that the ancient Phoenix realm had suffered heavy losses during the last war. However, only the ancient Phoenix realm themselves know the true situation of the ancient Phoenix realm. These races that had once dominated the ancient times aren't that simple." Yi Jintian said, "The younger generation of the clan is even more outstanding. Just the Phoenix sect alone is already very outstanding. Even Yi Kuang couldn't do anything to them. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid they would have lost their last layer face. Apart from Yi Su Kong, we don't know where he went. We can't find anyone who can match him. Moreover, he didn't only target our Yi clan. Apart from our Yi clan, the Phoenix sect has also challenged the young experts of many other forces. However, no one has been able to deal with him. Otherwise, someone would have sold him out long ago. How could anyone endure to this day?" Yi Jintian continued, "If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that one of the big shots of the younger generation would have taken action. We can't let him continue to act presumptuously in our human race. I originally thought that such a person was already their top figure. However, now that I think about it, I'm afraid that we've underestimated the ancient Phoenix world. Just the strength of this Feng Wuing is above any expert that I know of. There's no one in the younger generation who can match him. I'm afraid that no one among the 5 big shots of the younger generation would have been a match for this Feng Wuing if none of them had hidden their strength." Yi Shiwen's expression turned serious. Indeed, the strength of the 5 big shots of the younger generation was only at the early stage of the Heaven Realm. It seemed that they weren't that far ahead of everyone else. Within the Yi clan, there were Yi Shukong, Yi Kuang, Yi Qiong, and the others who had stepped into the Heaven Realm, not to mention the experts of other forces. Like a blowout, a batch of Heaven Realm experts had stepped into the ranks. However, the reason why the 5 big shots of the younger generation were still able to maintain this reputation was not because of their previous reputation, but because of their tyrannical strength. The 5 big shots of the younger generation had stepped into the Heaven Realm very early on. However, this didn't scare many of the latecomers, especially some of the top geniuses of the younger generation who had also stepped into the Heaven Realm. How many of them were willing to submit to the 5 big shots? Back then, when the strength of the geniuses was like a blowout with a huge improvement, there were some people who wanted to challenge the 5 big shots. They wanted to become famous by defeating the 5 big shots. How did Yi Shiwen become famous back then? Didn't he defeat the 5 big shots in one go and obtain the top position of the top 100? He didn't even use the most direct method to defeat the 5 big shots. Just the indirect method alone was enough to make him famous. From this, one could see how famous the 5 big shots were in the human race. In the first few years, there would be news of some genius challenging the 5 giants every once in a while. In the beginning, it would cause a sensation. Many people would rush to watch it. However, the result was that no matter who challenged the genius, they would be defeated by the 5 giants in the end. It didn't matter how tyrannical their strength was. It seemed as if the 5 giants were always so skillful and easy. It seemed as if there was no end to their strength. At this time, everyone finally understood how terrifying the 5 big shots were, and how difficult it was for Yi Shiwen back then. Even if he only defeated the 5 big shots indirectly, it was already an amazing achievement for everyone. If it wasn't for Yi Shiwen being quiet all these years, he would have become famous by now. He was the only one who had defeated the 5 big shots, even if he used that method. Although it wasn't a fair and square defeat of the 5 magnates, it was already not easy to do so. Therefore, slowly, the 5 big shots consolidated their positions, letting everyone know that even if they were in the same realm, the 5 big shots were still the 5 big shots. Even some old seniors who had cultivated for many years were still not a match for the 5 big shots and were completely defeated. From this, it could be seen that the 5 big shots were completely above everyone else. Even so, according to Yi Jintian, if one didn't hide his strength, he still wouldn't be able to defeat Feng Wuying. Could it be that Feng Wuying has already reached the middle stage of the celestial realm? Yi Shiwen became serious. The 5 big shots of the younger generation, especially Fa Wushuang, had almost reached the peak of the early stage of the celestial realm. There was no one stronger than him, but he still couldn't defeat Feng Wuying. There was only one possibility. Feng Wuying had already stepped into the middle stage of the celestial realm. He didn't know whether the speculation was true or not. But if it was true, then he would be an extremely terrifying opponent. Could it be that there were really so many powerful experts in the ancient Phoenix realm? And from the words of the Phoenix sect when they fought last time, it seemed that they were here for him. But his interaction with the ancient Phoenix realm seemed to be limited to that one time with Fengling. If it was because of the Imperial Court competition, it wouldn't make sense. After all, the Phoenix sect's behavior clearly showed that they didn't care about the human race. So how could they care about a mere Imperial Court competition champion? Or could it be related to Hua Menghan? After Hua Menghan was brought to the ancient Phoenix realm, there was no news of her. Perhaps it really was related. These thoughts were constantly tangled together in his mind, but he couldn't find a logical connection. He had no clue at all. That's possible. I've discussed this matter with the clan lord, and we also feel that this is the only possibility. Otherwise, with Yi Kuang and Yi Qiong's strength, they wouldn't have been forced to join hands and suffer serious injuries. Yi Jintian looked at Yi Shiwen in a somewhat worried manner and said, "Therefore, I have discussed with the patriarch. This time you don't have to fight. This time, it is very obvious that he is coming for you. Yi Kuang and Yi Qiong are just caught in the crossfire, that's all. Once you go on stage, he will certainly not let you off." Yi Shiwen understood that Feng Wuying had attacked in such a strong and ruthless manner, and had only targeted Yi Kuang and Yi Qiong. It was very obvious that he was here for him. But if I don't fight, then won't they look down on our Yi clan? They'll think that I'm timid. Yi Shiwen opened his mouth and said, "That's nothing." Yi Jintian shook his head. "Our Yi clan's prestige is earned by ourselves. Others can't look down on us just because they look down on us. Moreover, our opponent is a colossus like the ancient Phoenix domain. Our human race as a whole has the ability to contend against them. So, it's not a big deal for us to retreat now. Yi Kuang and Yi Qiong have been seriously injured. I'm afraid that they won't be able to recover within a year. And if you go on stage, I'm afraid that you'll be crippled on the spot. For our Yi clan, this would be a real loss. Compared to this, a mere reputation is nothing." Yi Jintian said, "You clearly know what the opponent wants to do, but you still send yourself to their doorstep. That's purely courting death. You know that this kind of thing, the clan can't help you. Even the Imperial Court can't help you. Just like when you beat up the Phoenix sect, they could only admit defeat. Now, they've sent an even stronger Feng Wuying to get back at them. Us old guys absolutely won't intervene. Otherwise, we'll be breaking the rules of the game." Yi Jintian said, "This matter has arisen because of me. How can I just let it go? Yi Shiwen waved his hand and said, "Moreover, we're pinning our hopes on the 5 tycoons. Some of them are hiding their strength. This in itself isn't very reliable. But there's no other way. If we could intervene, how could we let him go on like this?" Yi Jintian said helplessly. Many things weren't that simple. "Master, I request to fight. The opponent has clearly come for me. I can't just ignore it. Moreover, I've also made some progress in this period of time. It's not like I don't have the strength to fight back." Chapter 1669. There was an incomparably huge planet in the depths of the vast starry sky. Its circumference was so large that it seemed boundless. It was almost comparable to a plane. Such a huge planet was rare even in the depths of the vast starry sky. Such a huge planet would have evolved into a plane over a long period of time. It would form a world if it went further up. And this world was divided into different types, such as a small world, a medium world, a big world, and so on. The true martial world where Yi Shiwen used to live was a small world. This planet had been set up for the last alliance meeting in order to resist the devil race. The major forces were on guard against each other. Therefore, no one was at ease to let anyone enter each other's territory. Therefore, they had chosen to hold the alliance meeting in the depths of the starry sky. However, countless years had passed since the last alliance meeting. So, this planet was like a dusty room that had been open for a long time. A streamer of light streaked across the sky. Many tyrannical figures were heading towards the planet where the alliance meeting was being held. This time's alliance meeting was very impressive. All the forces of the 4 races had sent a large number of experts. Among the human race, apart from the 4 royal families and the 28 noble families, all the rogue cultivator sects had also sent their own experts. Countless formidable auras filled the entire planet. These auras were rarely seen on ordinary days. However, they could be seen everywhere like cabbages on the roadside at this time. More and more formidable figures were rushing over from the depths of the starry sky. Crash! The void was torn open. An incomparably formidable power of thunder flashed through the void. It had already entered the interior of the planet when it appeared again. So powerful. This is the legendary thunder boat of the Thunder Clan. The auras of many tyrannical experts of the celestial realm appeared in the void at this time. This is the true strength of the Marquis clan of our human race. Compared to them, we are just individual cultivators. My cultivation is pretty good among individual cultivators. However, it still can't be compared to the genuine Marquis clan, let alone the 4 royal clans whose strength is above the Marquis clan. An old monster of the 9th level of the celestial realm said at this time. He had cultivated for many years, yet he had only stepped into the 9th heaven of the heaven tier. He was indeed unable to be mentioned in the same breath as these Marquis clans and royal clans. Although the Thunder clan is not bad, it is still far from the 4 great royal clans. Thinking back to the era when the 4 great human kings were unhindered and looked down on everyone, just thinking about it is enough to make people excited. Some people disagreed and said, "The purpose of this alliance meeting is to deal with the demon race. If we can establish a relationship with the royal court, then it will be no different from soaring to the sky. With the support of the royal court's resources, we can also develop greatly. Furthermore, if we can have a dazzling performance in this exorcism war, we might even have a chance to be promoted to a Marquis clan." These Marquis clans have only been promoted to Marquis clans because they put in a lot of effort during the War for Independence and the Exorcism War. That's true, but it's not that simple. We're not like the Marquis clan. Their clan leader has a high position in the royal court. Someone shook his head. Moreover, to increase the strength of the Marquis, luck is indispensable. Otherwise, after so many wars over the years, there would not be only 28 Marquis clans. Sigh, I'm just afraid that the scale of the war will expand. Apart from the Marquis and royal clans, just us alone, How many people truly have the confidence to survive this invasion of the demon race? This is not a small skirmish like before. I previously had a friend who was a patriarch of a sect and had a cultivation of the ninth heaven of the heaven tier. In the end, as soon as he arrived on the battlefield, he didn't even last 10 days before dying tragically in the royal court's crack to the demon realm. He was surrounded by a few ninth heaven of the heaven tier demons, and he couldn't stop them at all. Who knows how many heaven tier experts died or were injured? Someone said with lingering fear. In a war of this level, the experts of the royal court who die or are injured every day should pay attention to us rogue, cultivator giant sects and completely fall. The royal court's foundation was unbelievably deep, especially for rogue cultivators like them. As these people spoke, they moved toward the planet at lightning speed. In just a moment, they had already rushed into the planet's atmosphere. However, at this time, the Thunder Clan experts, who had already left them far behind, were suddenly stopped by someone. In front of the Thunderboat, an incomparably huge pearl emitting a deep blue radiance blocked the way. It's the experts of the Sea Clan. These people were also experienced and knowledgeable. Although they might not have the upper hand in terms of strength, they had seen a lot over the years. At first glance, they recognized that the people in front of the Thunder Clan were experts of the Sea Clan. Advanced Sea Palace. Do you want to fight with us in this meeting? At this time, a muffled voice of a middle-aged man came from the Thunder Boat. It turned out to be the Advanced Sea Palace and the Thunder Clan. No wonder they are going against each other. These rogue cultivators also had a look of understanding. The Thunder Clan's cultivation method was mainly based on thunder and lightning, which was an incomparable restraint for the Sea Clan. Therefore, the Thunder Clan had always been at the forefront of the war against the Sea Clan. Over the years, countless Sea Clan members had died in the hands of the Thunder Clan. Among them, the Sea Clan's territory was adjacent to the Thunder Clan, and there had been countless conflicts between them. When the two sides met, they would fight to the death. At this time, it was normal for a conflict to break out. After a long confrontation, both sides finally left and entered the planet. Sigh, just looking at the grudges between the Advanced Sea Palace and the Thunder Clan, I'm not optimistic about the outcome of this meeting. Someone sighed and said, with so many contradictions, will anyone be willing to join the alliance? But haven't there been precedents of successful alliance meetings in the past? Another person asked, how can that be the same? Back then, the Demon Clan invaded like a raging fire and occupied half of the ancient Barrens continent. The various clans joined forces to protect themselves. But now, although the Demon Clan's attacks are like a tidal wave, they are firmly blocked by the Imperial Court. The situation isn't that desperate yet. Moreover, the human clan has more to ask of them. From the beginning, both sides weren't of the same mind. How can we hope that they will be of the same mind as the human clan? The person continued to answer, no matter what, these matters will be resolved by the Imperial Court. We don't have to worry about it. Then why are we still holding this meeting? We know that there's no chance of success. In order to set the main tone, and it's not necessarily impossible. Everything depends on how much the various clans are willing to compromise with each other. As they spoke, they entered the planet's interior. The entire planet was as huge as a plane. In the center of the planet, there was a huge group of palaces. The Yi clan's group arrived quietly. In this gathering of the behemoths of the ancient barons, even the noble Marquis clan was just one of the many nobles. They weren't too outstanding. In reality, there weren't many of them, other than the clan head Yi Tianqiong. There were a few old antiques that Yi Shiwen had never seen before. All of them were at the peak of the celestial realm. Although there weren't many of them, they were incomparably elite. With such a combination, even if they were surrounded by the Demon Clan, they would be able to successfully break out. This time, a large number of clans were coming. Naturally, each clan couldn't bring too many people. In reality, there wasn't a need to bring too many people. However, without exception, Those who came were either the strongest or one of the strongest, even if each clan only brought 2 or 3 people. The number of experts gathered on the entire planet was no less than 1,000. It could even be said that many of the elites of the ancient barons were gathered here. The Yi clan's group quietly entered the group of palaces of the human clan and quietly waited for the start of the alliance meeting. After entering the palace, Yi Shiwen directly entered into a state of closed-door cultivation to adjust himself to his best state. However, this place was much more chaotic than what Yi Shiwen had originally imagined. Almost every day, there would be news of clashing between large clans. Who knew how many small clans would use this opportunity to settle their grievances? Under such a complicated situation, it seemed to be even more difficult to settle their grievances and thus lay the foundation for the alliance meeting. There were also more people who became more pessimistic about the outcome of this alliance meeting. Amidst the chaos, it was like the chaos before the storm. It made everyone even more nervous. And under such a situation, F.A. Wushuang, whom Yi Shiwen hadn't seen for a long time, came to find him. F.A. Wushuang, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, was still wearing a long robe and standing straight, like a spear. What a dashing person! Yi Shiwen was also very curious about F.A. Wushuang's arrival. He didn't know why F.A. Wushuang would come to find him at this time. How do you have time to find me at this time? At this time, there should be many people from various clans coming to challenge you. Yi Shiwen said with a smile. These days, not only were the major clans settling their grievances, but there were also many battles between the younger generation. In particular, the top heavens pride experts of various clans were considered top geniuses in their respective clans. At this time, no one was willing to concede to the other. How could they let each other be the champion? Especially the human clan. This time, they had become the target of public criticism. It seemed that all clans were deliberately looking for trouble with the human clan. The 5 giants of the younger generation almost couldn't avoid receiving all kinds of challenge invitations. I'm not interested in this kind of boring competition. This time, I came to find you for a serious matter, F.A. Wushuang said. In this star territory, traces of the demon clan's activities have appeared. When Yi Shiwen heard this, his face immediately became dignified. Chapter 1670. I'm not interested in such a boring competition. I'm here for serious business. F.A. Wushuang said, there are traces of the demon race's activities in this star region. Why would the demon race be active in this star region? Yi Shiwen asked curiously. After all, there were too many experts gathered in this star region. At this time, the demon race's activities in this area would be suicidal. Apart from the human race, the experts of other races wouldn't mind killing the demon race if it was necessary, even if they hadn't fallen out with the demon race yet. I'm not very clear about the specifics. That's why the higher-ups ordered me to investigate. If it's the demon race's activities, I'll find out their purpose. F.A. Wushuang said with a solemn expression. Yi Shiwen nodded. In fact, this was a meeting of the various races. However, it had been called by the human race. In other words, the human race had an urgent need to form an alliance. So, they were the masters of this meeting. Everyone was very clear about this. If the demon race were to intervene at this time and cause a commotion, it would be a huge problem, especially the Abyss Devil Master. He had always been a huge threat to the human race. Originally, with the remaining members of the demon race in the ancient Barons continent, it was impossible for them to pose any threat to the human race. However, due to the existence of the Abyss Devil Master, everything became unknown. Often, he could destroy the entire battlefield by himself. No one could stop them. If it weren't for the human race having some foundation, the entire human race's battlefront would have been destroyed by the Abyss Devil Master. Therefore, the higher-ups of the human race were very concerned about the demon race's movements. It was reasonable. Originally, Yi Shiwen planned to rest at the station and wait for the meeting. However, since F.A. Wushuang had said so, who was willing to give Fa Wushuang face. Soon, they gathered outside the planet. In addition to Yi Shiwen and Fa Wushuang, there were also some old antiques. These were the mainstays of royal court. They were the talents cultivated by royal court. All these years they had been guarding royal court, and they were the greatest guarantee of royal court. If it weren't for the fact that they had to sit on the planet and deter the experts of the various races, they wouldn't have been specially transferred from the royal court, which had a tight battle line. This time the main force was actually these people. As for Yi Shiwen, it was actually more for show because royal court wanted to cultivate them, so they also had to contribute to royal court. Yi Shiwen and Fa Wushuang paled in comparison to these professional demon hunters who had been fighting against the devil race for many years. After these people gathered outside the planet, they split up and went in different directions to search. At this time it was the time of the meeting, so they couldn't make a big fuss. If it was just an ordinary person, then it would be useless. Even if they were able to find it, they would be dead. Therefore, even these old antiques were sent out. Yi Shiwen and Fa Wushuang formed a team and headed towards the depths of the starry sky. As they flew, Yi Shiwen quickly found some clues. He was very sensitive to demonic aura, even more so than the others. This was because he cultivated the devil race's cultivation method, so he was naturally very sensitive to this demonic aura. After finding the clues, Yi Shiwen hurried to the depths of the star field. Fa Wushuang didn't hesitate in the slightest when it came to this question. He didn't ask Yi Shiwen how he knew, either. He just followed Yi Shiwen all the way into the depths of the star field. Next to them, planets streaked past their ears. The two of them were extremely fast, and the two of them were extremely skilled. They constantly tore through the void, and their figures flickered. When they appeared again, they were already very far away. The depths of the starry sky were vast and boundless. It was impossible for those below the celestial realm to cross it. Just by relying on one's own flight, one wouldn't be able to fly to the end. Only by constantly tearing through the void like this could one cross the starry sky. Even so, it was still very difficult to cross the void. Soon, Fa Wushuang realized that Yi Shiwen was right. It was indeed in this direction. The demonic aura was extremely dense, and the closer they got, the denser the demonic aura became. Could it be that we've entered the demon race's lair? Fa Wushuang asked with a solemn expression. Everyone knew that the demon race's lair in the ancient Barrens continent wasn't anywhere else, but in the depths of the starry sky. Even so, without a star map, the various forces of the ancient Barrens continent wouldn't dare to chase after them. That was because the depths of the star field were extremely dangerous. There were various interstellar storms that could even tear apart celestial realm experts. It was known as the most dangerous place in the ancient Barrens continent. The demon race could only hide in there to avoid the slaughter of the various races in the ancient Barrens continent. Even so, for so many years, the various forces of the ancient Barrens continent had never given up on exploring the depths of the star field and the demon race's lair. However, there was still no news. Otherwise, they would have already flattened the demon race's lair. Fa Wushuang's expression was a little solemn, but he was more excited. Yi Shiwen suddenly became excited as well. If they really found the demon race's lair, it would be a huge matter. At that time, it would be hard to say how many experts would be in there. The two of them quickly arrived outside a planet. They didn't know what method the demon race had used to modify the planet. Looking from afar, it actually looked like a demon's face. It opened its bloody mouth as if it wanted to swallow the entire sky. In the starry sky, countless spiritual energy was swallowed by this huge mouth. However, what was swallowed was demonic energy. This was also the foundation of the demon race's survival in the ancient Barrens. Otherwise, just like how the people of the ancient Barrens couldn't breathe demonic energy, they couldn't use spiritual energy either. Obviously, they used a formation to convert spiritual energy into demonic energy. Hiss, as expected, we really found the demon race's lair. At the very least, it's one of the demon race's bases. Fa Wushuang said. The two of them hid in a distant meteorite. Looking over, they saw countless demons entering and exiting the planet. The security was tight, and they didn't relax just because it was located in a remote place. What should we do? Should we go back and report now? Fa Wushuang looked at Yi Shiwen and said, Look, this entire planet has been transformed into a small devil world by these demons. Moreover, we can feel the fluctuations of the formation even from far away. It's obvious that they are arranging some kind of formation. Moreover, the formation is about to be completed. If we don't organize it in time, then I'm afraid the consequences will be unimaginable. If I'm not wrong, this formation should be arranged at this time to deal with us humans. Yi Shiwen looked at the terrible formation and said he could see further than Fa Wushuang because he had a big devil by his side. So he was exceptionally sensitive to these things. In fact, he was much more sensitive than Fa Wushuang. What should we do? Fa Wushuang asked. I will sneak in and see. If I can destroy it, then I will try to destroy it. You stay here and guard. Yi Shiwen said, No, it's too dangerous. Fa Wushuang repeatedly shook his head and said, There's nothing we can do even if it's dangerous. Right now, we still don't know what kind of formation they have arranged. If we really let them succeed, then our alliance meeting will really be over. Yi Shiwen said, Moreover, I have my own way to not be discovered by them. All right then, I will support you here. If there's really a problem, immediately escape. Fa Wushuang looked at Yi Shiwen for a while. Seeing that Yi Shiwen was determined, he finally had no choice but to agree. Yes, I will. Yi Shiwen nodded. As he spoke, his figure had already turned into a streamer and went deep into the planet. Fa Wushuang looked at him and faintly felt a little nervous. Originally, he still had a little bit of excitement, but it had also disappeared without a trace. At this time, he only cared about whether Yi Shiwen could enter the planet smoothly or not. He was already prepared. If Yi Shiwen failed, then he would immediately go to support Yi Shiwen. After that, he saw that when Yi Shiwen entered the Devil Domain planet, although he was blocked by some people, he smoothly passed the inspection of the guards outside and entered the planet. Fa Wushuang's eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't know how Yi Shiwen did it. One must know that judging from the formation, the guards inside must be very strict and serious. It was impossible to deceive them and pass through. At that time, what surprised him was that Yi Shiwen actually swaggered in with the appearance of a human. Yes, at this time, Yi Shiwen saw that there were many demons next to him who wanted to interrogate Yi Shiwen. However, they were scared off by his eyes. Yi Shiwen was dressed like a human, but his body was exuding pure devil energy. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary low-grade devil energy. On the contrary, it was very pure. It was the kind of devil energy that could only be emitted by a superior devil expert. Therefore, these inferior demons simply didn't dare to stop him. Among the demon race, this kind of classification between superior demons and inferior demons was very common. For example, the Asura tribe was divided into ordinary Asura and great Asura. The demon race was also divided into ordinary demon race and great demon race. Right now, although they didn't know which race Yi Shiwen was from, they could judge from his aura that he should be a superior demon. After all, this was the ancient barons' continent. It was common to disguise as a human to sneak into the ancient barons, so it wasn't strange for them to do so. Stop! You're not allowed to enter. Suddenly, the captain of a patrol team of the demon race stepped forward and stopped Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen glanced at him coldly and said coldly, "What did you say?" His expression was arrogant, and he looked at the captain of the demon race as if he was looking at a pig. It was as if he was saying, "How dare a mere inferior demon talk to me like this?" Chapter 16, 71. Sir, we want to check your identity card. The squad leader of the Devil Clan looked at Yi Shiwen unyieldingly. Slap. Yi Shiwen slapped him directly, and the face of the squad leader of the Devil Clan was smashed into a ball on the spot. Who do you think you are? How dare you check my identity card? Yi Shiwen took advantage of the situation and said he didn't expect that they would ask to check his identity card. He naturally didn't have one at this time. At this time, the squad leader of the fiend race looked as if he had been beaten silly. However, the other demons didn't seem surprised at all. In the demon realm, it was very common for a high-rank demon to beat a low-rank demon. Moreover, they were also secretly surprised in their hearts. This superior demon with a human appearance was very strong. This squad leader of the devil clan of the celestial realm was directly beaten without any reaction. It should be said that he couldn't react at all. They were secretly surprised in their hearts. How could they dare to provoke Yi Shiwen again at this time? Can you bear the punishment for delaying this uncle's business? This uncle specially came back to report. This is a task personally ordered by the Devil Lord. Why? Do you also want to intervene? Yi Shiwen coldly glanced at these demons. The arrogant aura exuded from his bones firmly suppressed them. These demons didn't even dare to raise their heads to look at him. This uncle has been undercover in the human race for so many years to protect trash like you. Now, you actually dare to interrogate me. I think you are all tired of living. Yi Shiwen said coldly. Yes, it's all our fault. At this time, the squad leader of the Devil Clan didn't have the toughness from before. Regardless of the identity of this person, compared to his appearance, there was no mistaking his aura. It was the aura of a superior demon. Although they didn't know what method he used, since he was a spy in the upper echelons of the human race, it was obviously very important for the lonely Devil Clan in the ancient times. It was not something that middle-level demons like them could know. Moreover, they also knew from his mouth that this was actually something personally ordered by the Devil Lord. Now, the human race has invited all the major races to have a meeting in the depths of the starry sky. I've come back to report this matter. If any of you can lead the way for me, I'll give you a share of the benefits. Yi Shiwen glanced at the numerous devils and said, his oppressive eyes made these devils lower their heads in succession. I'll do it, sir. I've been in charge of patrolling these years, so I'm very familiar with this base. The captain of the Devil Clan quickly stepped forward and said politely, he had recklessly caused a huge disaster, so he naturally had to think of a remedy at this time. Otherwise, as long as Yi Shiwen said a word in front of the Devil Lord, he would be finished. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. His words revealed a very important piece of information. That was, this place wasn't the Devil Race's lair. It was merely a base. I haven't been here for many years. The construction of this base is quite good. It's becoming more and more like the environment of the Devil world. Yi Shiwen went all the way to the depths of the planet under the leadership of the squad leader of the Devil Race. He was incomparably shocked in his heart. There were many devils living on this planet. There were also many devils and monsters that could only be seen in the Devil world. It was just like a miniature version of the Devil world. Yi Shiwen was incomparably shocked in his heart. The Devil world had developed a lot of forces in the depths of the starry sky over the years. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to attack the human race by surprise. That's natural. Our Devil race still needs to live in such an environment in order to develop. Devils like us who have entered the celestial being realm can naturally get rid of the dependence on demonic energy. However, there are still many small devils who can't get rid of the demonic energy for cultivation. In order to build this base, we have spent a lot of resources. Sir, you've been undercover in the human race for many years. So, you may not know that we're no longer the same as before, especially after the emergence of the Devil Lord. All the scattered forces of the Devil race have gathered together. Our strength has soared, and it's enough to compete with the human race. The squad leader of the Devil race said proudly, this is indeed good. But what's going on with this formation? Yi Shiwen asked. Perhaps Yi Shiwen's words had scared him, so he wasn't on guard at all. He said in a slightly flattering tone, it's what you said just now about the human race gathering in the depths of the starry sky. We're planning to wipe them all out. Humph, we may not be as powerful as the human race in the ancient barrens. However, in the depths of the starry sky, even if the other races have considerable forces here, how can they compare with us? This time, we must give them a good impression and leave a deep impression. These are the high-level people of the human race or other races. If we wipe them all out in one go, it'll be equivalent to injuring a part of their strength. It'll be much easier to conquer the ancient barrens by then. The formation here connects to the depths of the space-time. In addition to this base, there are 3 other bases. We'll form a large formation and completely transform the starry sky into a devil domain in one fell swoop. We'll wipe them all out in one fell swoop. The squad leader of the devil race wasn't on guard at all. Of course, this was the extent of what he knew. As for more specific details, he naturally didn't know what kind of formation it was, how powerful it was, how to activate it, and so on. Yi Shiwen looked from the sky and saw that the entire planet had been refined into the formation eye of a formation. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. With a planet as the formation eye, it was hard to imagine how huge this formation would be. At this time, he couldn't help but secretly say that his and F.A. Wushuang's previous speculation was right. It was indeed like this. The devil race had indeed prepared a shocking conspiracy. Although the entire planet was used as the formation eye was also composed of countless formations. It was very huge. Yi Shiwen couldn't destroy it even if he wanted to. He had already felt a few extremely terrifying auras lying dormant in it. They were the supreme masters of the devil race. Coupled with the devil race's army, Yi Shiwen couldn't guarantee that he could escape once he was trapped in it. Now, the most important thing was to report the entire matter. As for whether the alliance meeting would continue, it was the matter of the higher-ups. It had nothing to do with them. Just as he was thinking about how to escape, the surrounding demonic lights suddenly flew out of the planet. Many devil race members rushed out by stepping on the demonic lights. What the hell is going on? Yi Shiwen quickly asked the squad leader of the devil race next to him. At this time, the squad leader of the devil race also received the news from the higher-ups of the patrol team. He quickly said to Yi Shiwen, "There are humans invading outside. It just so happens that Sir Devil Lord has returned." He saw through his disguise at a glance. "Now, I've received an order to go out and explore the surroundings to see if there are any other humans. This is related to whether we can capture the higher-ups of the ancient Barrens continent in one fell swoop. Once the secret is leaked, we won't have such a good opportunity anymore. I'll go and see if I can be of any help. I originally wanted to come back and inform the higher-ups. However, since everyone knows about it now, it doesn't matter if I inform them or not," said Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's heart was in complete chaos. The news of the Devil Lord's return was incomparably shocking to him. To him, the Devil Lord was undoubtedly a terrifying existence. Last time, the Demon Lord, who had just broken free not long ago, had caused the tragedy of the Wind King planet. It was unknown how many experts of the younger generation had died in that incident on the Wind King planet. Even Bai Shaosheng, a newly formed organization, had to use all of their resources to defeat the Devil Lord. It should be said that after the Devil Lord got what he wanted, he retreated. He originally came for the Yin Yang life and death illustration, but he only obtained more than half of it. Yi Shiwen had no doubt that if the Devil Lord saw him again, it would inevitably be a tragic pursuit. If it was in normal times, he would definitely find a way to escape first. In the face of a powerhouse like the Devil Lord, he didn't even want to face him. He didn't even want to meet him. However, this time he had no choice. Because he suspected that the human who was discovered was most likely F.A. Wushuang. He couldn't just watch and do nothing. Yi Shiwen followed the squad leader of the Devil Clan and rushed all the way out. As soon as he left the planet's surface, he suddenly felt a monstrous demonic aura rolling up. A terrifying coercion crushed every place in this star region, and in the center of this force there was a peerless figure. It was like the reincarnation of a devil god. With a raise of his hand and a kick, the entire world changed crazily, as if a stormy sea was set off all of a sudden. The Abyss Devil Lord, it really was the Abyss Devil Lord. Yi Shiwen's pupils suddenly shrank. The Abyss Devil Lord, it really was the Abyss Devil Lord. He would never mistake it for someone else. That figure was too deep for him. This was the third time he saw the Abyss Devil Lord, and each time was more shocking than the last. In front of him was a white-robed figure. He was barely holding on in the midst of the terrifying demonic aura. He was like a proud and aloof swallow that was flying amidst the raging waves, as if he was going to fight against the wind and waves. Sure enough, as Yi Shiwen guessed, it was F.A. Wushuang. At this time, F.A. Wushuang was actually discovered. It should be said that his luck was so bad that he actually encountered the Abyss Devil Lord who had just returned to the base. "How dare you come to my base?" said the Abyss Devil Lord in a deep voice. He raised his hand. Whoosh, the entire world changed color, and a terrifying power instantly rolled up. Chapter 1672. This terrifying force turned into a torrent of energy that surged forward like the Yellow River. It instantly bombarded F.A. Wushuang's direction. F.A. Wushuang simply couldn't dodge. At this time he was like a small boat in this stormy sea, constantly bobbing up and down. He simply couldn't control himself. His entire body was locked by the Abyss Demon Lord. At this time, even if he wanted to escape, it was simply impossible. He could only watch as the Abyss Demon Lord's attack fiercely fell on his body. Bang! A loud sound was heard. A terrifying power directly bombarded F.A. Wushuang's body. All of his strength instantly boiled up, but he still couldn't block the bombardment of this torrent of energy. This torrent of energy was clearly the law that the Abyss Demon Lord had comprehended. It instantly swept up and directly wreaked havoc on F.A. Wushuang's body. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body flew out like a shooting star. Then he smashed into a meteorite and turned it into dust. Then he slowly slowed down. His eyes were filled with stubbornness as he looked at the Devil King and said, "You must be the Devil King of the Abyss." "Ha ha! I didn't think that today I, F.A. Wushuang, would be able to see the legendary Devil King of the Abyss. According to the legends, you are the strongest cultivator of the Devil Clan. I didn't think that I would have the opportunity to fight against you. Ha ha ha, this is great. Ha ha ha, but now all of you have already fallen." The Abyss Demon Lord sighed as if he was a lonely expert. "You are F.A. Wushuang. Your name is very famous. Even I have heard of you. I can see that you are also a man. How about it? I will give you a chance. Now, as long as you surrender to our demon race, I will personally transform you into a human demon. At that time, you will be able to choose all kinds of supreme martial arts. You will also become a high-level expert of our demon race. Isn't it better than being in the human race?" The Abyss Demon Lord tempted. His voice was murmuring. He actually used an illusion technique. Puff! F.A. Wushuang spat out a mouthful of blood. At the crucial moment, he bit his own tongue to break free from the Abyss Demon Lord's illusion. It was too scary. The Abyss Devil Lord didn't care much about it. He had used the soul-assimilating great technique with just a simple sentence. Compared to him, the other devils that Yi Shiwen had encountered before were like a bunch of dog **T. You can actually be so cruel to use such a method to escape my illusion. Abyssal Demon King looked at F.A. Wushuang coldly. "Looks like you're going to refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Hee. F.A. Wushuang will only die in battle. There will never be a F.A. Wushuang who surrenders. The blood that flows in my body is the blood of the human race. Even if I die, I won't forget it for even a moment." At this moment, F.A. Wushuang laughed bitterly. "It's just a body of blood essence. As long as you're willing, I can replace your blood essence. You don't even need your physical body. These are all burdens. They're nothing. The Abyss Demon Lord said disdainfully. It was obvious that he didn't care about Fa Wushuang's insistence. I don't understand. What kind of person am I? Why do I have to trouble the Abyss Demon Lord to recruit me? Fa Wushuang spat out a mouthful of blood and said, You're indeed not a big shot. There are many people in the human race who are more powerful than you. However, you're the so-called heaven's pride, fostered by the human race. If even you surrender to our human race, then how big of a blow would it be to your human race? Unfortunately, you still don't know how to appreciate favors. The Abyss Demon Lord sighed and said, Thinking back in the past, Demon Lord, you were also defeated by the ancestors of our human race. You were sealed until now. It is said that you would have turned into a cup of soil if you hadn't seen through the profound meaning of life and death. Why didn't you surrender at that time? If you had surrendered, then you would have been an honored guest of our race. At this time, Fa Wushuang asked, When the Abyss Demon Lord was suppressed under the seal, why didn't he surrender? If he surrendered, then everything would have been different. He wouldn't have been imprisoned for so many years. Ha ha ha, interesting. You're an interesting human. Just as you think, what kind of person am I? How could I surrender to your human race and become a dog? This is fate. Now, everything has been reversed. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. It's time for me to take revenge for being suppressed. The Abyss Demon Lord laughed loudly and said, That's right, Demon Lord, you have your dignity. Although I'm only an insignificant person in your eyes, I also have my dignity. I'd rather die standing than live kneeling. Become a dog of the demon race? I'm not that cheap. Fa Wushuang said with a bitter smile. You're quite interesting. The Abyss Demon Lord looked at Fa Wushuang and said, All right, seeing that you still have a bit of backbone, just like me in the past, I originally wanted to kill you and turn your corpse into a puppet. But now that I think about it, I'll leave your corpse intact and let you rest in peace. Although the Abyss Demon Lord's words had a sense of sympathy, his arrogance was undoubtedly reflected. Leaving Fa Wushuang's corpse intact and let him rest in peace showed that he had completely taken advantage of Fa Wushuang. However, this was indeed the case. He only needed to make a slight move to completely defeat Fa Wushuang. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. This was the true strength that he relied on to move unhindered in the world. Thank you, Demon Lord. Then come, let me see what other tricks you have. Fa Wushuang struggled to stand up. Although he was seriously injured, he was still standing straight like a spear. Then you can go and die. The Abyss Demon Lord shouted coldly. Countless laws manifested around him, bringing with it a monstrous power that turned into a boundless torrent of energy, instantly bombarding Fa Wushuang. At this time, Fa Wushuang's body also emitted a strong power. He actually intended to fight against the Abyss Demon Lord. Fight until death. This sentence had the best conclusion from him, no matter when or when. Even when he was in the most dangerous situation, Fa Wushuang never gave up. Swoosh! Suddenly, a golden figure directly crossed the void. In the void, it turned into a huge golden hand, instantly grabbing Fa Wushuang. Bang! Fa Wushuang didn't have time to react. He was directly grabbed by the huge golden hand and instantly brought 1,000 miles away. Boom! The place where he was standing a moment ago was instantly submerged by a huge torrent of energy. The terrifying power tore apart everything in front of him. The terrifying power instantly boiled, completely shattering the space, and the chaos poured out from within. Because the space was completely shattered, the entire place turned into a chaotic ocean. It looked extremely spectacular, let alone Fa Wushuang. Even if there were a few more, it would be completely useless. Yi Shiwen. At this critical moment, Fa Wushuang, who originally wanted to resist, instantly recognized the origin of this huge hand. Therefore, he didn't resist and let Yi Shiwen take him away. Of course it's me. At this time, besides me, who else could it be? Yi Shiwen couldn't help but curse. You were really brave just now. You even dared to fight against the Abyss Demon Lord. Ha ha ha! Actually, in his eyes, perhaps I'm not even as good as an ant. I just want to die a little better. Fa Wushuang laughed bitterly as he vomited blood. Die a little better? Ha ha ha, well said. These words are exactly what I'm thinking. I've heard a saying before. Although it's a bit vulgar, it's the words of a man. If a man dies, he'll face the sky. If he doesn't die, he'll live for thousands of years. Since he's going to die anyway, he'll drag someone down with him. Yi Shiwen said while laughing loudly. Humph, there's actually a survivor of the human race. You still have the mood to joke at this time. I have to say your minds are very firm. Suddenly, the Abyss Demon Lord's incomparably cold voice sounded. Unknowingly, the Abyss Demon Lord had already appeared behind Yi Shiwen and Fa Wushuang. It's you! Suddenly, just when the Abyss Demon Lord was about to form a big hand and capture the two of them, he recognized Yi Shiwen. Ha 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 ha! I've really worn out iron shoes in fruitless search and found it by chance. I didn't expect that the yin-yang life and death diagram fragment that I've been searching for so long would actually appear here at this time. I'm really blessed by the heavens. During this period of time, he had been thinking of ways to collect the yin-yang life and death diagram fragment. Although he had more than half of it in his hands, it was only a fragment, a larger fragment. Without the complete yin-yang life and death diagram, he wouldn't be able to truly understand life and death. And he wouldn't be able to truly cross that step. He didn't know how long it would take to truly cross that step, but if he had the yin-yang life and death diagram, he would be able to step into that realm in one fell swoop in a short period of time. At that time, with the current situation of the ancient wilderness and the demon realm, he would truly be the only one in the entire world. How could he not be ecstatic at this time? Freeze! At this time, the Abyss Demon Lord shouted loudly. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen felt a terrifying power of law entangling his body, instantly freezing him. The Abyss Demon Lord was also getting closer and closer, almost catching up in an instant. The two of them could even feel the Abyss Demon Lord's heavy breathing. Yi Shiwen, I'm sorry this time. I found you, but I didn't expect that I would implicate you and I to die together, Fa Wushuang said with a bitter smile. Are you kidding me? I don't intend to die yet. Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. Suddenly, a terrifying power boiled within his body and endless golden light flooded out, turning into pieces of armor around his body. In an instant, Yi Shiwen, who was originally unable to move, leapt out again in that instant. Chapter 16, 73. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen's body, which had been frozen in place, flew out in an instant. He flew hundreds of miles away at an extremely fast speed. No one had expected that Yi Shiwen, who had been frozen in place, would still have such strength at this time. He had flown out in an instant. The demons behind him, including the Abyss Demon Master, were completely stunned at this time. It was completely out of their expectations. Under the pressure of the Abyss Demon Master, Yi Shiwen could actually break free. What on earth was that layer of mecha on his body? But at this time, everyone didn't stay in a daze for too long. After all, they were all experienced experts, especially the Abyssal Demon Lord, who reacted almost instantly and chased after them. Behind him, Yi Shiwen spread a pair of golden wings and sped up again, once again leaving the Abyss Demon Master behind. Both of them were extremely fast, constantly tearing the void and flashing away. The demons behind could only watch as the two disappeared. They couldn't believe it and murmured, "How is this possible? I can't believe it. This is the Abyss Demon Master. How can this human escape from the pursuit of the Abyss Demon Master? Such a fast movement technique. This human's movement technique is so fast. It's simply as fast as lightning. Even if this is just a spirit incarnation of the Abyss Demon Master, it's still a bit too terrifying." At this time, a demon revealed the truth. This was just a spirit incarnation of the Abyss Demon Master. And at this time, Yi Shiwen, who had already disappeared thousands of miles away, also realized this. The Abyss Demon Master behind him was a bit weaker than he imagined. He was no longer as terrifying as an ant when he first saw him, although he was many times stronger than before. If he carefully recalled the scene back then, he could still feel the tyrannical and terrifying scene of invincibility. Even the current him was still not a match for the Abyss Demon Master. Could it be that this was just a spirit incarnation? Yi Shiwen immediately had a plan. This was the only possibility. If the Abyss Demon Master only had this kind of strength, how could he break through the Imperial Court's defense line several times and break through the solid defense line of the human race? This level of strength was enough to protect themselves on the battlefield. But if they wanted to attack a colossus like the Royal Court, it was simply impossible. But even then, just a soul incarnation could chase up to Yi Shiwen, who could fight against peak heaven realm experts after wearing the mecha. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Such strength in the ancient desolate region could only be described as King Realm. They were above Heaven Realm but hadn't broken through to the next realm. They were still at peak Heaven Realm but could easily crush normal peak Heaven Realm experts. This was the so-called King Division of the Heaven Realm peak. Experts at this level far surpassed ordinary Heaven Realm experts. He had seen Demon King Jiuing, Kuan Peng, and the Lord of Yi clan. All of them were terrifying experts of this level. They hadn't broken into the next realm, but they were powerful enough to dominate this realm. They were powerful enough to crush any enemy on the battlefield. Although this level of strength was strong, it was nothing compared to the Abyss Demon Master's battle record. But if it was just a soul incarnation, then it made sense. And a soul incarnation was actually comparable to the leaders of the various factions. This Abyss Demon Master's strength was simply immeasurable. Using Yi Shiwen's understanding, he was like a bug. His appearance broke the balance between the human race and the other races, as well as the demon race. There was simply no one to restrict the Abyss Demon Master. If it wasn't for the fact that the human race still had a few king weapons left behind by the human kings to barely block the Abyss Demon Master, the Royal Court's defense line would have been pierced through by him alone. The Abyssal Demon Lord was already one of the top experts of the previous demon invasion. At that time, the various clans of the Desolate Era could only seal the Abyssal Demon Lord, but could not kill him. In these countless years, his strength had become even stronger, and his cultivation had risen to a whole new level. However, the current human race could not be compared to the glorious scene of the 4 human kings and countless feudal vassals. Those top experts seemed to have all disappeared in one night. There was a deep secret that even Yi Shiwen didn't know, but just a soul incarnation was already so difficult to deal with. It was a king rank among the peak of the Heaven Realm. It wasn't something that Yi Shiwen could deal with at the moment. If it wasn't for this mecha, Yi Shiwen wouldn't be able to fight against him at all. Boom! 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 The Abyss Demon Master chased closely behind Yi Shiwen. He kept reaching out with his big hands, trying to grab Yi Shiwen to death. It wasn't easy to see Yi Shiwen. There was hope of completing the yin-yang life and death diagram. How could he let Yi Shiwen go so easily? Instantly, a terrifying power swept out. But Yi Shiwen was like a loach. His figure kept flickering, and every time he moved, he would bring along the power of thunder and lightning. It was as if he was teleporting, and he avoided the Abyss Demon Master's grasp. Although the power of space was magical, in front of the Abyss Demon Master, if he used the power of space, it would be like showing off in front of an expert. Putting aside the fact that the Abyssal Demon Lord's cultivation had already reached the acme of perfection in terms of the power of space, just by relying on his own tyrannical strength, any space would be torn to shreds by him. Even if one hid in the depths of space, it would be useless, as one would be instantly pulled out. At this time, the only thing that Yi Shiwen could rely on to escape was his speed, which was extremely fast. Go and die, The abyssal demon lord continued to roar. In an instant, both parties had already disappeared thousands of miles away. However, in the starry skies of the universe, thousands of miles was nothing. To the starry skies of the universe, such a distance was nothing. The chase between the two was still going on. Yi Shiwen could fly all the way to the planet where the various races were gathered. At this time, if he wanted to stop the Abyss Demon Master, this was the only way. Whoosh! 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 Yi Shiwen's figure kept flashing. In his golden hand, Fa Wushuang also looked at Yi Shiwen with incomparable shock. Although he had seen Yi Shiwen's speed before, at that time, Yi Shiwen did not seem to have reached this level at all. At that time, Yi Shiwen could at most compete with the ninth heavens of the celestial realm. Although at that time they were all top powerhouses among the ninth heavens of the celestial realm, compared to the celestial realm was nothing. Whoosh! When Yi Shiwen's figure appeared again, he was already close to the planet where the alliance meeting was being held. Both sides chased each other all the way, leaving countless planets behind them. But up until now, Yi Shiwen was still steadily leaving the Abyss Demon Master behind. This movement technique and strength completely shocked Fa Wushuang. Even if this was only an incarnation of the Abyss Demon Master, not everyone could do it. Even Fa Wushuang himself could not, unless he had reached a certain realm. At that time, it would not only be a problem of escaping, he might even have the intention to fight with the Abyss Demon Master at the same realm. The Abyss Demon Master finally stopped chasing. After all, if he wanted to rush to the planet where the Alliance was gathered with an incarnation, it was equivalent to seeking his own death. Seeing that they finally scared off the Abyss Demon Master, the two of them slightly breathed a sigh of relief, especially Fa Wushuang. Just now, he had been relying on his last breath to hang on to his life, not daring to stop for even a moment. At this time, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the Abyss Demon Master knows that I am here, I am afraid that he will add me to his list of targets. Yi Shiwen smiled self-deprecatingly. It was not a good thing for anyone to be stared at by such a terrifying figure. Just now it was only his soul incarnation. For a true Abyss Devil Lord, it was far more terrifying. Ha 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 ha! In this world, besides those big figures that can shake the world, how many people can enter the discerning eyes of the Abyss Demon Master, able to become his target to kill? Yi Shiwen, you can be considered the first since ancient times, right? A mere heaven realm actually made a figure like the Abyss Demon Master want to kill you. Fa Wushuang laughed boldly. Yi Shiwen thought for a moment, and it seemed to be true, but he said, "Sooner or later I will do it. Letting him escape from my hands is enough to make my name known in the world." Fa Wushuang was stunned for a moment, looked at Yi Shiwen, and then laughed loudly. Right now, Yi Shiwen being able to escape from the hands of the Abyss Demon Master was already enough to make his name known in the world. But he said that sooner or later, he would turn this situation upside down. At this time, he couldn't help but admire Yi Shiwen's ambition. It was even higher than his. He originally thought that he was already free and easy enough, that his ambition was higher than the sky, but he didn't think that Yi Shiwen seemed to be even more arrogant than him. Being able to escape from the hands of a figure like the Abyss Demon Master, for him, seemed to be far from enough. Fa Wushuang laughed for a while, and because the injuries on his body were affected, he began to cough continuously. "I don't dare to say for others, but for you, maybe that day will really come. However, such a fun thing, always count me in." Fa Wushuang coughed for a long time, and then replied, "All right, let's hurry back and report the news. If we let the Abyss Demon Clan have their way, then I'm afraid that this matter will really be big." At this time, it had already been a few days since Yi Shiwen and Fa Wushuang left. The two had just returned and instantly attracted countless gazes. Chapter 1674. Both of them were famous top-notch geniuses of the human race. Fa Wushuang was one of the 5 tycoons of the human race. Yi Shiwen had once defeated the 5 tycoons of the human race and won the imperial court contest. He had declined in recent years. However, he had returned to the public's attention after defeating the Phoenix sect. The two of them had been the focus of many people's attention since the beginning. However, they had disappeared for a few days now. All kinds of rumors and slanders were spreading across the planet. In particular, the experts of various races were very clear that they could not directly fight against each other. The clash between the younger generation was the only way for them to test each other's strength. In the past few days, although some sects and forces were using this opportunity to settle their personal grudges, it had slowly become the stage for the younger generation. More and more top geniuses of various races had joined the battle. In the beginning, only geniuses of a lower level had joined the battle. However, the battle soon reached the level of those top geniuses. On the human race's side, even the 5 giants who were famous in the world had begun to provoke them. At this time, the 2 of them had disappeared. Everyone did not know that they had their own mission. Therefore, many supporters of the conspiracy theory believed that they must have gone into hiding. Otherwise, how could they have disappeared at this time? There were many supporters of this theory, especially the experts of various races who wanted to challenge the 2 of them. They were quite depressed because they could not find the 2 of them at this time. Therefore, they made all kinds of rude remarks. Although the young geniuses of the human race were very aggrieved and wanted to come out and teach these people a lesson, they did not have an overwhelming advantage in terms of strength. In particular, those who dared to challenge the 2 of them were the top geniuses of the younger generation. Therefore, even if the young geniuses of the human race took action, their chances of winning were not very high. Under such circumstances, the 2 of them had become the focus of more people. They had just returned to the depths of the planet and immediately attracted a few top figures of the younger generation. They were all famous figures who had made their names on the Soaring Dragon list. A group of people directly blocked Yi Shiwen and Fa Wushuang at the door. There were 3 experts among them. The Demon Race, the 100 Clan Alliance, and the Sea Race were each led by an expert. Behind them, there were many experts from various races. During this period of time, these 3 experts had defeated many famous experts of the human race. There were even some famous figures. At this time, they were very proud of themselves. Fa Wushuang was one of the 5 tycoons of the human race. Although Yi Shiwen's name was not that famous, it was enough to make him famous in the world just by virtue of the fact that he had defeated the Phoenix sect a few months ago. Yi Shiwen swept a glance at the experts of each race. He was especially familiar with the 3 leading experts among them. After all, they were top-notch geniuses of their respective races. His eyes swept towards a white-robed young man. There was a bit of arrogance and disdain on his face. Even if his opponent was Yi Shiwen, there wasn't the slightest change in his expression. Gu Yuanbai of the Demon Clan was a legendary genius that rarely appeared in the Demon Clan. At such a young age, his name had already shaken the Demon Clan. Many years ago, his name was so resounding that it had spread out of the Demon Clan. Even among the humans, everyone knew of his name. Beside Gu Yuanbai was an extremely beautiful woman from the Sea Race. She had a cold aura around her, and the scale on her forehead represented her identity as a member of the Sea Race. She was said to be an invincible woman among the Sea Race. Her name was Weng Qingxi. She had only been defeated once in her life, and it was in recent years when she was defeated by the Ocean Emperor. Even an intelligence tycoon like Bai Shaosheng paid close attention to that battle. It was a battle between the young and old geniuses of the Sea Race. The Ocean Emperor became famous after that battle, and he became one of the tycoons of the younger generation of the Sea Race. His reputation was catching up to Fa Wushuang, who had always been above him. Wing Qingxi's beautiful eyes were fixed on Fa Wushuang. Her gaze was like a pair of 10,000-year-old ice that could freeze anyone in an instant. Ever since she was defeated by the Ocean Emperor, she had been enduring hardships and cultivating diligently. As a genius of the older generation, it was a great humiliation for her to be defeated by the Ocean Emperor. Coincidentally, this was an opportunity for an alliance meeting. She would use Fa Wushuang to prove that she was still one of the top experts of the sea race, and that even the Ocean Emperor could not be compared to her. Over the years, Fa Wushuang had always been ranked lower than Fa Wushuang on the Hidden Dragon list and the Soaring Dragon list, as judged by Xiaoxing. If she could defeat Fa Wushuang, then everyone would know that she was stronger than the Ocean Emperor. The expert of the Alliance of the 100 Races, next to Wenqing Si, was a strong man with dark skin. He looked no different from a human, but he had a huge tail behind him. It was strong and powerful, and it kept swinging in the void like a sharp blade, tearing open the sky. Spatial cracks kept rising and falling behind him. This was Qi Weiming, a terrifying being of the Bailey clan, one of the 10 royal clans of the 100 Races Alliance. This clan was also famous in the 100 Races Alliance, and Qi Weiming was not inferior to the Jiagu clan and the Northern Mountains clan. They had many experts, and could be said to be an extremely powerful clan. What do you three want? Yi Shiwen glanced at the three of them coldly and said, I heard that you defeated the Phoenix sect and spoke arrogantly. I want to see how strong you are. The first to speak was Gu Yuanbai. He was of extraordinary birth, his natural talent was extremely extraordinary, and his bloodline was noble. At this moment, he didn't take anyone seriously at all. Even if it was someone from the 10 great Demon King clans, he didn't really take them seriously. Do you dare to accept my challenge? I've heard of your name for a long time. I heard that you were the champion of the Imperial Court contest. I also want to fight with the champion of the human clan. Wang Qingxi said with a faint smile, but it did not make people feel warm. Instead, it made them feel even colder. I have no other reason. I just want to teach you a lesson. Bailey, Yi said with an insolent expression. I've long found you an eyesore. I want to see how strong you are to deserve it. Teach me a lesson? You think you're worthy? Get lost. I don't have time to play house with you now, Yi Shiwen said coldly. In his opinion, it was more important to inform the higher-ups at this time. If the Devil Clan succeeded, it would be a big problem. As for the rest, it was just a trivial matter, especially the behavior of these people. In his eyes, it was just like a child's play. A child's play. The faces of the people behind the 3 peerless geniuses immediately darkened. Their challenge, in Yi Shiwen's eyes, was just a child's play. To them, this was a great humiliation. He actually dared to describe them as a child's play. Anger, uncontrollable anger. You brat, how dare you be so arrogant? You're the first to say that I'm playing house. Bailey Yi, who had a bad temper, was the first to speak angrily. Whether it's a child's play or not, you'll know soon enough. Wen Qingxi's eyes were constantly swallowing and emitting a frightening cold light. Her aura was released bit by bit. Choose one, a child's play? Gu Yuanbai said coldly. Yi Shiwen's words had completely provoked the anger in his heart. Get lost. I don't have time to play with you. Yi Shiwen was too lazy to say anything. He directly supported Fa Wushuang and walked towards the depths of the planet. Fa Wushuang needed a quiet place to recuperate. A child's play? I have to say, I don't like you even more now. Bailey Yi sneered and took a step forward. His body moved horizontally in front of Yi Shiwen, blocking his way. Who? Yi Shiwen took a deep breath. Looks like if I don't beat you up, you won't move aside. Yi Shiwen's eyes flashed with a suppressed light. Beat you up? Who are you talking about? Bailey Yi was instantly enraged. He had never been looked down upon like this before. In an instant he moved. His tower-like figure swept towards Yi Shiwen. It was so fast that many people didn't have time to react. They saw Bailey Yi's fist blasting towards Yi Shiwen. It was completely different from his gigantic body. No one could tell that such a huge body actually contained such a fast speed. Boom! The punch brought with it the sound of thunder. Countless laws, danced in the air. It was just a punch, but it brought with it a world-destroying aura. The cultivation of the early stage celestial realm was completely displayed, and it was incomparably terrifying. He was indeed one of the leaders of the younger generation in the 100-Clan Alliance. Just this cultivation alone was enough for him to look down on everyone. No wonder he did not take Yi Shiwen seriously from the start. The unparalleled power on his fist blossomed with a magnificent luster, and it instantly landed on Yi Shiwen's body. It was extremely fast, and it blasted out a rainbow that filled the sky. Boom! There was a huge roar. The fist that Bailey Yi's futon like hand blasted out was actually blocked by Yi Shiwen in an instant. Yi Shiwen looked at him coldly, his gaze extremely cold. How is this possible? Bailey roared. At this moment, he whipped his leg again, and with a twist of his body, he kicked towards Yi Shiwen's head. With a thunderous roar, his kick actually shattered the entire space. One could imagine how powerful his physical body was. It was simply incomparable. A quick and urgent blow. Yi Shiwen did not even move. Before his kick hit Yi Shiwen, he suddenly lifted his leg onto an ancient cauldron. Clang! There was a loud sound of metal clashing. Talismans flashed on the cauldron, and a terrifying force instantly sent Bailey flying. Is that all? Then come at me together. Chapter 1675. Is that all? Then you guys can come at me together. A disdainful smile appeared on Yi Shiwen's face. What? Did I hear wrongly just now? He actually wants everyone to come at me together? Is he crazy? I think he must have lost his mind. He actually dares to say that. This human brat is too arrogant. He actually dares to talk to us like that. In the face of Yi Shiwen's seemingly arrogant words, many experts suddenly seemed to be in an uproar and instantly began to discuss. Brat, do you think that you have the ability to fight 1 against 3 just because you took a punch from me? I think you better not be too arrogant. I alone can beat you up, Bailey said furiously. He had always been arrogant and despotic, not putting others in his eyes. Since when did a mere human dare to not put him in his eyes? This feeling of being looked down on made him explode instantly. He completely forgot that he originally came to find Yi Shiwen because he heard of Yi Shiwen's reputation. He only thought that he didn't even look down on Yi Shiwen, but Yi Shiwen actually dared to look down on him. This was simply intolerable. The aura on his body was completely released. His aura was monstrous, as though countless gods had manifested behind him. As a Heaven Paragon expert, he still possessed such strength. The terrifying aura instantly suppressed the entire place. Even if everyone present were the top experts of the various clans, they still felt the pressure at this moment. Bailey, he was able to stand out from the Bailey clan, which was filled with experts. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Everyone had the same feeling. Bailey was simply the reincarnation of an overlord. Exceptional geniuses were all floating clouds in front of him. They weren't worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as him at all. He was the true overlord of the world. The laws of the Heaven Paragon realm instantly appeared. Heaven Paragon experts were also overlords in the ancient Barrens continent. It wasn't without reason. It was because Heaven Paragon experts did indeed possess such strength. Suddenly he moved. With just a casual movement, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was a scene of doomsday. The entire sky couldn't withstand his overbearing laws and directly collapsed. This was the planet's atmosphere. Although the space here had been reinforced, it couldn't be compared to the inside of the planet. Not to mention, the one fighting was already at the Heaven Paragon realm. At this moment, many divine senses scanned out. Every time a Heaven Paragon realm expert fought, it would attract the desire of many people to watch. Even if the leader of a small force made a move, it wouldn't be a Heaven Paragon realm expert. As for those Heaven Paragon realm experts from the large forces, they wouldn't make a move at all. The Heaven Paragon realm experts, who would make a move at this moment should be the top geniuses of the large forces and races. What a powerful aura. It's the top genius of the Bailey clan of the 100 Clan Alliance, Bailey E. It's said that he displayed extraordinary talent when he was young. Some people say that he's the reincarnation of an ancient overlord. His strength is extraordinary. Among the younger generation who came this time, his strength is definitely enough to be ranked at the top. Who's the person fighting him? To be able to force Bailey E to use his full strength, this person isn't simple. There were also people who were curious about Yi Shiwen's identity. They didn't know who this person was. He actually seemed to be able to compete with Bailey E. That person looks familiar. I remember now. Isn't that the Imperial Court contest champion of our human race, Yi Shiwen? After staying silent for a full 10 years, I heard that some time ago he defeated a top genius of the Phoenix clan and announced his return. He defeated a genius of the ancient Phoenix realm? Is that true? How could those proud and aloof phoenixes let this person go so easily? What's so strange about that? I heard that the genius of the ancient Phoenix realm was also extremely arrogant during that period of time. He was looking for people to challenge everywhere. I didn't expect that he would be defeated by Yi Shiwen in the end. I thought that the 5 big shots would take action. In the end, it was just Yi Shiwen who defeated him and threw away his helmet and armor. Suddenly, there was a lot of discussion. At this time, the focus of everyone's discussion was on Yi Shiwen looking at Bailey E, who was rushing towards him. In terms of strength, Bailey E was indeed an outstanding person. He was very tyrannical. Boom! The fist energy that Bailey E blasted out instantly formed thousands of fist energies. The laws of fist techniques instantly condensed into a torrent of fist techniques that seemed to want to destroy the entire sky. Bailey Yi's cultivation and attainments in fist techniques had reached an earth-shattering level. One could see that his cultivation was not inferior to those old antiques when he made his move. He was very tyrannical. Under such circumstances, an angel instantly emerged from Yi Shiwen's body. This angel was majestic and powerful. It was condensed from countless laws and carried an incomparably terrifying aura. His appearance couldn't be seen clearly at all. In just an instant, the long sword in this angel's hand slashed out a torrent of sword techniques that filled the sky. Sword of Judgment. Boom! The fist energy and the torrent of swordsmanship crashed into each other. It was extremely terrifying, and an astonishing collision occurred. Colorful rays of light swept out in an instant. In front of Yi Shiwen's swordsmanship, Bailey Yi's fist energy collapsed and shattered in an instant. The space was completely annihilated. Bailey E swung his fist and blasted out even more fist energies to resist the torrent of sword techniques. He kept retreating hundreds of miles away. Yi Shiwen, this is a heinous crime. You actually dared to practice the martial arts of the demon race. Do you know what kind of crime this is? Bailey E shouted. Crime? What crime have I committed? I just practiced martial arts. There is no good or evil in martial arts in the world. The key is what kind of person is using it. Don't you even understand this? You actually want to compare yourself with me? You're still far from it. Yi Shiwen sneered disdainfully. So what if he practiced the martial arts of the demon race? Moreover, you're just someone from the 100 Races Alliance. What qualifications do you have to convict me? I think you're being too nosy. Die. I'll let you know today that you're just playing house. You haven't met a real expert at all. Yi Shiwen suddenly took a step forward and crossed the distance in an instant. He directly rushed in front of Bailey E. Behind him, the heavily injured F.A. Wushuang was protected by the 9 Dragons Cauldron. With the protection of such an ultimate weapon, no matter how many shockwaves there were, even if the battle started right next to him, it would not affect him. F.A. Wushuang was seriously injured at the moment. There was no way he could withstand any real attacks at all. The angel behind him became more and more magnificent. Perhaps it was because the fallen angels used to be angels. Even though they had fallen, their martial arts were still exceptionally magnificent and huge. All of a sudden, the fallen angel slashed out with his sword, bringing forth a terrifying white light. It was as if a white rainbow had pierced through the sky. It instantly lit up the sky as it rushed towards Bailey. Countless sword lights interweaved in the void to form a huge sword net. It instantly enveloped Bailey E. "Break for me! Break for me!" Bailey E. roared angrily as he retreated. With a loud roar, he suddenly punched out. Countless white lights swept up. The aura on his body also skyrocketed in an instant. His height also increased a little. Endless fist energy flew up, wanting to shatter the sword net in the entire sky. Rumble! The fist energy and the sword light strangled each other, neither of them giving an inch to the other. However, Yishuin's sword light was so sharp that the deadlock situation only lasted for a short while. Then, the fist energy completely collapsed. Yishuin's sword light was so sharp that the deadlock situation only lasted for a short while. The fist energy of a celestial realm initial stage expert could not even withstand a single blow from Yishuin. Countless sword light streaked across the void and instantly blasted Bailey Yi's body. Bang! Bailey Yi was instantly blasted away by this terrifying force. The aura shield on his body was almost completely shattered in an instant. Puff! Bailey Yi directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was like a meteor as he instantly flew out. Not only was he completely suppressed in the battle between the fist energy and the sword light, even the strength that he was so proud of was nothing in front of Yishuin's terrifying strength. He was directly blasted away. Countless airflows caused by the collision were directly reflected back, causing Yishuin's clothes to flutter in the wind. It turned into a strong wind that caused his hair to flutter in the wind. He just squinted his eyes, looked at Bailey E. and said coldly, "A genius of the Bailey clan? Only at this level." As expected, it's only at the level of playing house. At this time, Yishuin looked at the other two people and the experts of the two clans behind them. He then said, "What do you think about my suggestion? Do you want to think about it? Come at me together so that I won't waste my time. I'm very busy. I don't have time to play house games with you." Yishuin's words immediately made the faces of the two people turn red. They were so angry that they almost bled from the 7 apertures of their heads because of Yishuin's vicious words. Their challenge actually gave such an impression in Yishuin's eyes. However, at this moment, after the incident with Bailey, although the two were still confident in themselves, how could they look down on Yishuin? And just as the two were about to speak, suddenly, an angry roar came from afar. "Yishuin, I want you to die. Die!" A loud roar rushed into the sky. Chapter 16, 76. Bailey Yi's body continued to give off a strong aura. His hair danced in the wind, and he looked like a demon that climbed out from hell. Hum! 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 The aura on his body swept up in circles. Compared to before, it was even closer to the intermediate celestial realm. One could say that it was much stronger. This Bailey E has become a little stronger. He is just a few steps away from the intermediate celestial realm. He is too strong. Bailey E is very strong. Isn't Yishuin, who can easily crush Bailey E, even more terrifying? These experts of the younger generation are getting more and more powerful. Alas, we of the older generation are still wasting our time. Is there really no hope for immortality? Look, Bailey E is moving. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, "Fool!" Yishuin said calmly, "Don't you realize the gap between us?" "What a joke! Stop being arrogant." Bailey E hollered, his voice reverberating in all directions. He was like an overlord that was about to pierce through heaven and earth. At this moment, he seemed like he was about to merge with heaven and earth. His strength was getting stronger and stronger. Around his body, numerous laws were surging up and down. break for me. He rushed directly in front of Yi Shiwen. He was extremely fast, and his saber went straight in. His hands directly tore out endless golden light, accompanied by countless tearing principles. He wanted to tear Yi Shiwen into pieces in the air. Just now, Yi Shiwen easily defeated him and played him around. It was a huge humiliation, and he couldn't take it anymore. He came and went like a ghost, like lightning tearing through the sky. His speed was extremely quick, even faster than before. In the eyes of normal people, he was already extremely quick. However, Yi Shiwen's speed was even faster. At that moment, Yi Shiwen raised his hand and directly blocked him with a gesture. Dang! This extremely quick attack was blocked by Yi Shiwen. You're only at this level. It's useless against me, Yi Shiwen said while pushing away Bailey Yi's attack. Bailey Yi's strength was indeed strong. Compared to the Phoenix sect, he was definitely stronger. If it was the previous Yi Shiwen, he would have to go through a lot of trouble and would have a headache. But for the current Yi Shiwen, Bailey Yi's strength was not the slightest threat to him. Watch my sword, I'll destroy you. Yi Shiwen let out a loud and clear voice. With a loud shout, law talismans revolved around him, surrendering. Whoosh! The angelic sword in his hand turned into a shocking waterfall and directly slashed towards Bailey Yi. The terrifying power instantly swept out and turned into a terrifying pressure that filled the sky. Before the pressure landed on Bailey Yi's body, Bailey Yi's armor, which had been melted into his body, was completely revealed. Then it completely shattered into pieces on the ground. A heaven-level, top-level magic tool was shattered under the pressure of Yi Shiwen's sword momentum. One could well imagine how terrifying it was. How can he be so strong? At this moment, Bailey Yi finally realized how terrifying Yi Shiwen was. It was much more terrifying than he had expected. At this moment, he had no other way out and could only choose to fight with all his might. The terrifying power in his body instantly boiled, and a destructive power erupted from his body. Only then did he launch an attack against Yi Shiwen's sword momentum. Boom! With a terrifying collision, Yi Shiwen's sword momentum was like a hot knife through butter. It directly shattered the light that Bailey Yi had created. The terrifying pressure fell directly on his body. Bailey Yi was forced to kneel down by this terrifying pressure. He could not even stand straight. What a strong power! Oh my God, am I seeing things? Bailey Yi is famous for his strength, but now he's forced to kneel down. This is simply a miracle. Oh my God, this Yi Shiwen is so strong. If I'm not wrong, he shouldn't have entered the celestial realm. How can he be so strong? Just as Yi Shiwen's sword was about to hit, Gu Yuanbai and Wing Qingxi, who had been watching from the side, finally couldn't help but exchange a look and finally made a move. At this moment, how could they not see that Yi Shiwen's strength was too terrifying? But with the three of them working together, they couldn't retreat at this moment. They still carried the reputation of being geniuses. At this moment, if they didn't even dare to make a move, then they would really be finished in the future. However, according to Yi Shiwen's performance, if they were to make a move alone, they might not even have the courage to make a move. If they were forced to that point, then their Taoist heart would be incomplete. They could be defeated, but if they were forced to the point where they didn't even have the courage to make a move, then they would be completely finished. So at this moment, they had no way to retreat. If they didn't make a move, then they wouldn't even have the chance to make a move. The first to attack was Gu Yuanbai, the genius of the demon race. His powerful and overbearing saber light directly cut through the sky. The demon's saber in his hand shone with a terrifying light. It was extremely overbearing. Then, Wing Qingxi directly blasted out a sky full of water swords. Although the two had never cooperated before, and even fought against each other many times, at this moment they had an incomparable tacit understanding. It was as if every move had an incomparable tacit understanding. This was a true martial arts powerhouse, possessing power that ordinary people couldn't understand. Come on, I've been waiting for you. Yi Shiwen sneered. He directly withdrew his sword momentum and drew out an even more terrifying sword momentum, directly blasting towards the two. Huff, huff! At this moment, Bailey E., who had escaped a disaster, was constantly panting. Just now, the two of them had finally saved him from Yi Shiwen's sword momentum. One would never understand how terrible that feeling of despair was if one didn't personally face Yi Shiwen. If his own moves were already extremely overbearing, then Yi Shiwen's sword light was even more overbearing than him. It had an overwhelming momentum, and anyone who wanted to stop it would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It would be akin to seeking one's own death. He originally thought that he couldn't escape from this disaster, but at the last critical moment he escaped. What followed was a feeling of humiliation, as if he had been fooled. How could he not feel that Yi Shiwen had been waiting for the other two to attack? So he didn't use his full strength to deal with him. That was why he could be saved at the last moment. Otherwise, with Yi Shiwen's speed of attack, he wouldn't have been able to wait for the other two to attack. He was still in shock. On the other side, Yi Shiwen's sword momentum was like a waterfall, soaring into the sky. A terrifying power cut across the sky and fiercely collided with the peerlessly overbearing saber aura. Boom! With a loud roar, the sword light directly tore apart the saber light and directly blasted towards Gu Yuanbai with irresistible force. Gu Yuanbai immediately retreated and looked at Yi Shiwen in disbelief. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? At this moment, he finally understood the pressure that Bailey E felt just now. At this moment, he finally felt Bailey Yi's despair. Why was Bailey E forced to use all his strength in just a few moves? And in the end, he was forced to almost kneel down. Break! The sword's momentum didn't decrease, and it directly smashed onto Gu Yuanbai's body. Gu Yuanbai's birth was special, and he had an amazing bloodline in the monster race. But at this moment, it was completely useless. Yi Shiwen was like a monster in human skin, and his strength was unbelievably strong. Pooh! He directly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body flew backwards. He still looked at Yi Shiwen in disbelief. Because he had seen Yi Shiwen's terrifying strength, he didn't dare to underestimate him at all. He used all his strength right from the start, but even so, he couldn't even take a single move from Yi Shiwen. This kind of power was so strong that it was terrifying. How could he be so strong? How could he be so strong? Thinking about this, he felt like he was going to be possessed. He couldn't imagine how Yi Shiwen could be so strong. Or rather, this should be something impossible. The few of them were practically the strongest group of people at the peak of the initial celestial realm. Even if there was a difference in strength between them, it definitely couldn't be so obvious. Then there was only one result. He had already stepped into the middle celestial realm, but no matter how he looked at it, he was only at the 8th level of the celestial realm. This level of strength that seemed like an ant to him in the past had beaten him to the point where he couldn't even fight back. He must have hidden his strength. That must be it. He could only explain it to himself this way. In an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. In the battlefield, Yi Shiwen sent Gu Yuanbai flying with a single sword strike. At this moment, Wang Qingxi's sky full of water swords had already arrived. Yi Shiwen didn't panic, and a pair of golden wings suddenly opened behind his back and instantly protected himself. Dang! 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 The sound of metal clashing rang out. The sky full of water swords bombarded Yi Shiwen's golden wings, but they couldn't penetrate the defense of Yi Shiwen's wings at all. Eat my sword! Amidst the terrifying explosions caused by the collisions, another sword ray pierced through the sky and arrived in front of Wang Qingxi in an instant. Pung! Wang Qingxi's entire chest was pierced through, and her entire body was directly blasted away. Just one sword. The two of them joined forces, but were both defeated by Yi Shiwen's sword. Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Chapter 16, 77. At this moment, Everyone was a little dumbfounded. They looked at Yi Shiwen and the others in the sky in a daze. It was completely different from what they had imagined. A huge battle between the younger generation was resolved by Yi Shiwen with just one sword. One sword, and Yi Shiwen had resolved it. Everyone had thought of countless possible battle scenarios before, but they had never thought that it would be such a crushing result. It had completely exceeded the limits of everyone's imagination. One must know that just a few months ago, the news that spread out was that Yi Shiwen had defeated the Phoenix sect after a huge battle. After a period of causing trouble everywhere, many people were very clear about the strength of the Phoenix sect. Although the Phoenix sect was arrogant, in terms of strength, they were not weak. Therefore, everyone judged that Yi Shiwen's strength was roughly at the peak of the celestial realm. Speaking of which, in the eyes of many, Gu Yuanbai and the others should be on par with Yi Shiwen, or even Bailey Yi and the others should be stronger than Yi Shiwen. At the very least, it should have been a tragic battle to the death, but the result was so easily resolved by Yi Shiwen. But it was just as Yi Shiwen had said before. Could it be that, in his opinion, everyone was just playing house? They were just playing house. Because he didn't care about their strength at all. He didn't care about them at all. At the start, everyone thought that Yi Shiwen was a little arrogant, but now they felt that Yi Shiwen wasn't exaggerating at all. He wasn't exaggerating, but it was the truth. Compared to Yi Shiwen's crushing strength, be it Bailey Yi, Gu Yuanbai, or Wang Qingxi, they were really like children playing house. And these three people were defeated by Yi Shiwen, not to mention the experts behind them. At this moment, all of them looked at Yi Shiwen with pale faces. They definitely didn't expect Yi Shiwen to be so terrifying, to actually be able to defeat their leader in such a way. Why? Do all of you want to attack together? If you do, then go ahead, don't waste time. Yi Shiwen faintly said. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at these people. It seemed as if he was looking at a group of dead people. These people would have rushed out if someone else had said this. After all, even if they weren't as good as Gu Yuanbai and the others, they were still first-class geniuses. How could they let others insult them like this? Especially when Yi Shiwen had asked them to attack together. This was blatantly looking down on their fighting strength. But now, they didn't have the courage to attack. Although they were arrogant, they weren't stupid. Just now, Gu Yuanbai and Wang Qingxi's joint attack was easily broken by Yi Shiwen, which shocked them greatly. Because Gu Yuanbai and Wang Qingxi were a combination that could cause great damage to them. But at this time they were so vulnerable in Yi Shiwen's hands. Sigh, among the human race there are such geniuses. It means that their luck hasn't run out yet. I thought that by taking advantage of the demon race's invasion this time, the human race could suffer heavy losses and never recover from the setback. Now it seems that we were thinking too much. Isn't that so? This Yi Shiwen is so powerful. He's only at the 8th level of the heaven realm, but he can actually store such a powerful force. It seems that he's not an ordinary person. They can't see it, but I can see it clearly. Everyone thought that Yi Shiwen defeated Gu Yuanbai and Wang Qingxi, but in fact, that's not the case at all. Gu Yuanbai and Wang Qingxi cooperated very well, but after all, they haven't cooperated before, so it's impossible for them to be the same person. This is their biggest flaw, and in the end, Yi Shiwen defeated them one by one. It's just that his speed is too fast, so it seems like he defeated the two of them together. A foreign race expert said disdainfully, as if he could see through Yi Shiwen's scheme. What's the use of you saying this, old thing? You're just jealous of our human race's geniuses. Although it's said that he defeated them one by one, not everyone can do it. When he used his full strength to deal with Gu Yuanbai, he was already prepared to deal with Wang Qingxi's attack. To be able to block Wang Qingxi's attack with his full strength, is this something an ordinary person can do? A human race expert immediately refuted. This battle had already attracted the attention of many experts, and it was far from as simple as the younger generation paying attention to it at the beginning. In other words, under the situation where several clans could not fight directly, the the fight between these younger generations was almost like a fight between several clans. The strength of the younger generation was related to the future of the clan, so they would also acquiesce to the younger generation, killing each other. Just like in the past, when Jia Gu Zhenghao attacked the Yi clan and chased a demon clan genius into the demon territory, he received the full support of the Jia Gu clan. Without the support of a powerful clan, with Jia Gu Zhenghao's degree of arrogance, he would have been crushed to death long ago. Since no one wants to fight, then I'm leaving. Yi Shiwen glanced at the void and said. At this time, Bailey Yi, who was the only one who was considered to be in good condition, was constantly panting, as if he was in a fierce confrontation, fighting against his inner fear and wanting to continue fighting with Yi Shiwen. But reason told him that the result of the battle just now had already been decided. In front of Yi Shiwen's powerful strength, he was nothing at all. Even the three of them together were not Yi Shiwen's opponent, let alone him alone. Good, Yi Shiwen, you are really arrogant. Suddenly, in the void, a figure appeared. It was a young man about 15 or 16 years old, with red lips and white teeth, like a porcelain doll carved from jade. He was extremely handsome, and his face had an extremely arrogant expression. At this time, he looked at Yi Shiwen with an inexplicable gaze. Extremely arrogant. Finally willing to come out? I thought you were going to be a tortoise until the end. Yi Shiwen sneered and looked at the young man. When did someone hide in the void? I didn't even know. At this time, Bailey He was suddenly shocked to find that someone was hiding not far away from him, but he did not notice it at all. If it was attributed to the opponent's superior strength, then the concealment ability was very strong. But this was not right because Yi Shiwen had discovered it a long time ago. At this time, Bailey only remembered that during the fight, Yi Shiwen had been holding back a little bit of strength. Originally, he thought that it was because Yi Shiwen did not need to use his full strength to deal with him, but now it seemed that it was to guard against this person. And this person was also very familiar to him, Feng Wuying, the representative of the Phoenix clan. During this period of time, he had met Feng Wuying a few times, and both of them were arrogant people and also people who refused to admit defeat. Such a meeting naturally could not be considered friendly. It was just that this time, Feng Wuying came to find trouble with Yi Shiwen, and to a certain extent, the purpose of suppressing the human clan was similar, so he resisted and did not make a move. But at this time, he suddenly felt a sense of relief. If he had made a move at that time, then at that time he was afraid that he would face a tragic death. Moreover, this Feng Wuying was far more ruthless than Yi Shiwen. Feng Wuying had made a few moves, and without exception, his opponents were either dead or crippled without exception. One could imagine how cruel he was, and what he liked to do the most was to break the opponent's Tao, forcibly crushing the opponent's understanding of the Tao and destroying the opponent's lifelong hope to move forward. Compared to this Yi Shiwen, he seemed to be much better. At this moment, he didn't bother to find out how strong Feng Wuying was. Although he originally thought that Feng Wuying was at most on par with him, he had always treated the matter of Feng Wuying being in the middle stage of the celestial realm as a joke. They were both geniuses, but he hadn't even stepped into the middle stage of the celestial realm. So how could Feng Wuying do it? But now he suddenly realized that Yi Shiwen, who had always not paid much attention to them and even scolded them as playing house, was extremely cautious towards this Feng Wuying. Just from this alone, one could see the difference between the two of them. In a flash, many thoughts flashed through his mind, and a look of unwillingness flashed across his face. Yi Shiwen defeated the Phoenix sect in one battle and became famous again. He had always looked down on Yi Shiwen and wanted to find Yi Shiwen, defeat him, and add another person to his defeated list. He wanted to make his name even more famous. Today should have been the day he became the main character, should have been the day he became famous, but now it seemed like he had to give up his position to Feng Wuying and Yi Shiwen. When he thought of this, he was extremely unwilling. However, no matter how unwilling he was, he knew the severity of the situation. His eyes flickered as he looked at Yi Shiwen and Feng Wuying. It was as if he wanted to imprint their silhouettes deeply into his mind and never forget them. From today onwards, these two people would be his targets. He would no longer be arrogant and think that he was invincible. In this world, there really was a higher mountain. Thinking it through, Bailey E. hurriedly gave way. With Bailey E. as an example, instantly the experts of the other three races all gave way. Feng Wuing looked at Yi Xuan coldly and said, "I didn't expect that you would actually notice me. Your nose is quite sharp." "Hee hee, what's so difficult about that?" Yi Xuan smiled indifferently. It seemed as if it was something that wasn't worth mentioning. "You're not good at hiding. You're too arrogant. You think that no one can find you. So you don't try to hide anything. There are too many people here who can see through you. It's just that no one has pointed it out." Chapter 1678. Yi Xuan just looked at Feng Wuing indifferently. On the contrary, Feng Wuing's expression turned a little ugly at this time. He had always thought highly of himself, but Yi Xuan's words were like a slap to his face. He thought that he was proud of himself. He used the secret technique of the Phoenix clan to hide in the void, thinking that no one would be able to find him. In the end, it was seen through by Yi Xuan with a simple glance. Thinking about it again, there were so many powerhouses gathered on this planet. It was impossible to hide from them. He was too arrogant. However, what kind of person was he? He had already sorted out his emotions in a moment, then looked at Yi Xuan and said, "That's a good move. You want to use words to shake my Taoist heart the moment we meet. But it's not enough to just have a sharp tongue." Yi Xuan was very indifferent. He was not surprised that Feng Wuing could see through his calculations so easily. On the contrary, he would be disappointed if he could not see through it. For people to be able to grow to this point, how many were idiots? It was just that many people were arrogant. Their own strength was tyrannical and invincible, and they had powerful forces behind them. So they did not use such calculations to deal with the enemy. As long as he used tyrannical strength to defeat the opponent, wouldn't it be fine? A lot of people thought the same way. You saw through it? That's not a big deal. Anyway, I didn't think that this method would work. Yi Xuan admitted directly like a hoodlum. At this time, everyone finally reacted. Since the confrontation between the two had their own advantages, if they wanted to break the other state of mind, they would have to start with words. "I heard that the Phoenix sect was defeated by you?" Feng Wuing looked at Yi Xuan coldly and said, "What a useless piece of trash, actually defeated by the hands of a human." Feng Wuing's words were arrogant, like a god, and he did not put Yi Xuan in his eyes at all. "Yi Kuang and Yi Qiong were seriously injured by you, right?" Yi Xuan did not answer Feng Wuing, but instead asked about Yi Kuang and Yi Qiong. Feng Wuing glanced at Yi Xuan. He didn't intend to deny this issue. He nodded and said, "I did it." "So what? You're just an ant. How dare you stand in my way? Don't blame me for what happens next." Feng Wuing's tone was still as haughty as ever. Perhaps other than powerful races like the Phoenix and the Dragon race, he didn't care about races like the human race, which were naturally weak. From the bottom of his heart, he couldn't understand how these people, who were born as weak as ants, were qualified to lead the ancient Barrens continent and become one of the 4 major clans. He was already in the transcendent realm when he was born. His bloodline was also very noble. Just like all innate races, the innate strength almost determined their lifetime achievements. He had always felt that his success was completely innate. Everything was like eating and drinking. He naturally reached the celestial being realm, and naturally stepped into the celestial being realm. It was a mystery to him how a weak race like the human race, where only one celestial being realm expert could be born out of countless people, managed to survive until now. There was even a trace of deep disgust in his eyes. The heavenly Tao was constant. Everyone had their own position. Weak ants, since they were already ants from the moment they were born. Then they should continue to be ants. Why did they have to struggle to climb up like this? It was disgusting to look at. Ant. Yi Shiwen looked at him coldly. Perhaps his relationship with Yi Kuang wasn't that deep, but his relationship with Yi Qiong was already extremely good. Yi Qiong, whom he regarded as a good friend, was almost crippled by him. In his eyes, it was just like stepping on an ant. He didn't think much of it. That's right. So what if I defeat the Phoenix sect? It's just a feathered beast. Yi Shiwen laughed coldly, as if he was talking about something unrelated to him. Flat-feathered beast. Feng Wuying's expression suddenly became interesting. The Phoenix clan was full of nonsense. Many ignorant people worshipped them as innate gods. However, weren't they just feathered beasts? In the distant past, the Phoenix clan was known as the leader of the birds. From the looks of it, didn't it seem like he was admitting that he was a feathered beast? Yi Shiwen's words not only made Feng Wuying's expression suddenly become interesting, but also the expressions of the other beast clan elders. Flat-feathered beast. Flat-feathered beast. Even if they transformed into a human form, they couldn't get rid of the fundamental fact that their original form was a feathered beast. However, in the past, who dared to mention this in front of them? Wouldn't that be courting death? While they were dismissive of the human race and felt that they were nothing more than a race of slaves back then, they were grieved that they still had to transform into a human form even after cultivating to a profound level. Reality had proven that the human form was the most suitable for cultivation of the innate Taoism aptitude. Such contradictory and contemptuous thoughts had always existed in the minds of the Beast Clan, the Sea Clan, and the 100 Clan Alliance. At this moment, Yi Shiwen's words were tantamount to having their shortcomings exposed, and they almost flew into a rage. Yi Shiwen, you have a sharp tongue, but what use is that? In my eyes, you humans are nothing more than a bunch of weaklings. Since you're ants, you should have the fate of ants. Just be obedient ants on the ground. Or do you want to become eagles in the sky? Feng Wuying said mockingly as he looked at Yi Shiwen. He was a beneficiary of the bloodline theory, which was why he was a fundamental supporter of the bloodline theory. Yi Shiwen wasn't angry in the face of his contemptuous and mocking gaze. He didn't have extraordinary aptitude, nor did he have an astonishing bloodline. However, there were many people who claimed to be geniuses and thought that their bloodlines were extraordinary, only to fall by his sword in the end. Do you think that everyone has their own fate? Yi Shiwen looked at Feng Wuying and said, Even if there is, it's not something you can understand. In my opinion, your fate has already been decided long ago, and that is to kneel at my feet. Feng Wuying's pupils suddenly contracted in the face of Yi Shiwen's sarcasm. At once, flames flickered in his eyes, and a dot of Nanming Li fire burned as if it was going to burn through the sky. What? You want to fight? Come on then. I have important things to do now, and I don't have time to play with you. If you want to fight, hurry up. Yi Shiwen looked impatient. His tone was like an adult facing a child who is pestering him to play with, and Yi Shiwen said it with a very realistic expression. Suddenly, laughter broke out all around them. Although many people knew that Feng Wuying was very difficult to deal with and couldn't be offended, Yi Shiwen's words were indeed very funny. They couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, they soon discovered that they weren't the only ones who were laughing. Immediately, they started to laugh and scrupulously. As the saying goes, the law doesn't punish the masses. This was it. Hearing these people's mocking voices, Feng Wuying's face suddenly turned green and white, and it became even more exciting. In just a few short verbal confrontations, he was provoked by Yi Shiwen. But on the contrary, Yi Shiwen didn't move an inch in the face of his verbal attacks, as if he didn't hear it at all, like an old monk in meditation. The difference in the state of mind between the two could be seen at a glance. Ever since he was born, he had been a member of the noble Phoenix clan. Moreover, he was a pure-blooded Phoenix. Everything was as simple as eating and drinking. He could easily reach a level that many people of ordinary races couldn't achieve. Therefore, he hadn't encountered any major setbacks. He had gone through some experiences over the years and had beheaded many experts. It could even be said that he had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His mind could also be said to be firm. However, he couldn't be compared to Yi Shiwen, who had been fighting with others since the beginning of his cultivation. He had escaped from death many times. He had tempered himself by seeing hope in the midst of despair. He couldn't be compared to Yi Shiwen. Feng Wuing had thought that he had great lethality in pointing out Yi Shiwen's fate, and that he would panic. However, he hadn't expected that Yi Shiwen would be completely indifferent to it. In fact, it could be said that he didn't agree with this idea at all. On the contrary, he felt that Feng Wuing was simply naive and cute. Pattern, 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 pattern. If bloodline could determine everything, then shouldn't the noblest bloodline be Yi Shukong, the son of God? After countless generations, the bloodline of God was actually activated. But in fact, in the few confrontations between the two, Yi Shiwen was steadily better than Yi Shukong, not to mention those who died tragically in the hands of Yi Shiwen in the past, who were said to be the top geniuses with the bloodline talent. Now that you have just experienced a big battle, I won't take advantage of you. 3 days later, do you dare to fight with me? At this time, Feng Wuing suppressed the depressed feeling in his heart because of Yi Shiwen's words, and said with a straight face, staring at Yi Shiwen, "Why wouldn't I dare? Isn't it just a fight? Do we need to specifically choose a time?" Yi Shiwen shook his head, looking so unteachable. Feng Wuing really wanted to vomit blood. He was officially challenging Yi Shiwen. Why did he say it like a gang fight on the street, which could start at any time, was not worth mentioning at all? Then let's meet in 3 days. Life or death don't matter. He snorted coldly and did not continue to stay. He was afraid that he would vomit blood again because of Yi Shiwen. He had completely lost in the matter of verbal confrontation. Yi Shiwen was like a reef in the sea. No matter how terrible the waves were, they would only be smashed on the reef by the waves, and he himself would not move an inch. Just this mentality alone was enough to be called terrifying. Chapter 16, 79. In the end, although Yi Shiwen and Feng Wuing didn't fight, it was already beyond everyone's expectations. Yi Shiwen defeated 3 famous geniuses with a dominating method. He also became famous immediately. Many big shots were paying attention to this battle. The big shots of the major forces had come to participate in this time's alliance meeting. And Yi Shiwen's performance had also entered their eyes. It could be said that this battle alone was enough to make Yi Shiwen famous throughout the entire ancient Barrens continent, even if he didn't do anything in the past 10 years. Becoming famous in the world with a single battle was nothing more than this. From now on, Yi Shiwen would be added to the list of young talents from various forces. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, after this battle, Yi Shiwen would definitely become a target of fear for many. He's Yi Shiwen? In the depths of the demon clan's gathering ground, an overbearing figure stood in a courtyard. He looked up into the sky as if he could see through the entire sky. He was looking at Yi Shiwen, who was in the void. There was no one beside him. Only a voice appeared out of thin air and landed beside his ear. "King, it's him." In that case, the information I received previously that the Kunping egg was in his hands is correct, said the overbearing, middle-aged man coldly. If Yi Shiwen was here, he would realize that this person was very familiar. He was none other than the 9-headed infant demon king of the 9-headed infant tribe whom Yi Shiwen had met previously. He was like a peerlessly domineering king. Just by standing there, he possessed an unparalleled might. Pressure in all directions was a description of this kind of person. "What a daring kid," the 9-headed infant demon king sneered. No one knew if he was mocking Yi Shiwen or himself. "I planned for 100 years and made a move. I wanted to eliminate Kun Peng when he was at his weakest after giving birth to the egg. I wanted to completely eradicate this scourge from the demon clan. In the end, the Kunping egg fell into the hands of a human. In the end, it triggered a long war between the 9-headed infant tribe and Kunpeng. In the end, we suffered great losses. Man proposes, God disposes. Your Majesty, you don't have to take it to heart. Although our race suffered heavy losses in the chaos of the Kuinpeng, we also used the power of the Kuinpeng to completely eradicate the direct descendants of the king who opposed us. Mind? Why would I mind? The 9-headed infant demon, king, stood with his hands behind his back. His figure grew taller and taller. I just found it funny, but it's good that he found it. Since he dared to extend his hand into our demon clan, I will let him know that some things are not so easily taken. If he wants to take them, he will have to exchange his life. You're right, King. The voice said slowly. Let's go. I'll go meet the other demon kings. I won't let this matter rest so easily. The 9-headed infant demon king disappeared into thin air after he finished speaking. Meanwhile, in another residence of the 100 Clan Alliance, Beishan Shui stood beside a tall, middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had a handsome face, but he was very dignified. Only someone who had been in power for a long time could cultivate such an aura. You were defeated by him? The middle-aged man asked. Beside him, Beishan Shui only smiled bitterly and nodded. That's right. I was defeated by him, and I lost without any suspense. It's not unjust for you to lose to him. The middle-aged man said. He wasn't this powerful before, but he has improved so much in such a short time. If it were a few months ago, he would have just broken through. At most, he would be on par with Bailey Yi and the others. Beishan Shui said. But that's not a big deal. The most important thing is that he killed the puppet I arranged in the clan. This is a big deal. The middle-aged man's words were shocking. He turned out to be the patriarch of the Northern Mountain Clan. He dared to come to the Alliance meeting in person this time. He was one of the most distinguished people on the entire planet. This time it won't be so easy. This time I'll take this opportunity to settle the score with the human race. The patriarch of the Northern Mountain Clan snorted coldly. There were many undercurrents like this, and they kept repeating themselves on the planet. Yi Shiwen did not know that after Feng Wuing left, he hurriedly sent F.A. Wushuang to the human race's encampment. At this time, F.A. Wushuang was seriously injured and needed to heal. Then Yi Shiwen personally went to meet the patriarch, Yi Tianqiong, and reported the news that the demon race was about to attack. Yi Tianqiong frowned, stood with his hands behind his back, and said, Fortunately, you reminded me. Otherwise, it would be too late if we were caught off guard by the demon race. As the actual host of this alliance meeting, it was impossible to say that the human race did not take any precautions. The situation was even worse than the previous alliance meeting. Moreover, the demon race's base camp was deep in the starry sky. Several forces of various clans in the starry sky were also forces that attacked the demon race all year round. They were constantly searching for the demon race's base camp. Naturally, they would strictly guard against the demon race's trouble. But the real problem was that they did not expect the honor demon to come personally and appear from the human race's line of defense. Because in fact, with the remaining strength of the demon race on the ancient Barrens continent, even if all of them were to join forces, they would not be a match for the human race. They could only be easily suppressed. At this time, the demon race could fight with the human race so well and not be at a disadvantage. To a large extent, it was because of the Abyss Demon Master's powerful strength that was like a bug. Otherwise, how could they be defeated by the human race? If the Abyss Demon Master came in person, then everything would be troublesome. If it's just like what you said, it's fine if it's just a spiritual avatar, said Yi Tianqiong. If it's his real body, I'm afraid that the entire planet will be destroyed. The Abyss Demon Master has such an ability. If the Abyss Demon Master appears here, then the line of defense outside the royal court might not be able to hold on, said Yi Shiwen. Without the support of the Abyss Demon Master, the demon race will not be able to withstand a single blow. You're underestimating him too much. To him, these aren't important at all. He alone can break through the entire human race's line of defense. He doesn't care at all. Yi Tianqiong said. There was a tinge of sorrow in his tone. To them, it was a great humiliation to be forced into such a state by a demon. At that level, the number of subordinates under him didn't matter at all. Yi Shiwen thought about it and agreed. If his opponents were all in the transcendent realm or the law manifestation realm, it wouldn't matter how many there were. He alone could break through the line of defense, unless he had some powerful martial instruments. Although this analogy wasn't right, with the strength of the Abyss Demon Master, it wasn't much different from this analogy. If it weren't for the human race's deep foundation and the few treasures left behind by the human king, they might not be able to restrain the Abyss Demon Master. So, it's fine if it's just an avatar. However, if it's his real body, then it'll be a terrible disaster for us, said Yi Tianqiong with a frown. Now, we can't even find someone who can control him in the ancient desolate. Sigh. Then let's end it quickly, said Yi Shiwen. No. If we leave now, we can avoid the Abyss Demon Master. However, our human race will also become the laughingstock of the other races. Can we still raise our heads in front of them in the future? Said Yi Tianqiong while shaking his head. Now, the other races are waiting to see us become a joke. How can we let them have their way? Moreover, I can tell you that it'll be very difficult for the human race to resist these demons alone. So, we have to find a way to pull in the other races. As long as we can achieve this goal, it doesn't matter even if we all sacrifice ourselves. Yi Tianqiong's tone was extremely firm. This shocked Yi Shiwen because he thought of a possibility. He immediately looked up at Yi Tianqiong in shock. Yes, it's exactly what you think, said Yi Tianqiong while gritting his teeth. However, you don't have to worry about this matter. I'll talk to them. Also, don't tell them about the appearance of the Abyss Demon Master this time. Understand? I understand. Yi Shiwen nodded. His heart was still like a raging wave. If his guess was correct, then this matter might become a shocking murder case. Yi Tianqiong's idea could be said to be crazy. He wanted to use the matter of the Abyss Demon Master to drag the other races who were still watching into the water. If all these top experts died, then even the various races would suffer greatly and be furious. However, the most important thing was that there was no way to find out the reason for this matter. After all, it was the Abyss Demon Master who did it. At first, it could be said that they were just watching from the sidelines. However, in the end, they had no choice but to take action. However, at the same time, there were also many experts of the human race in this area. If they really allowed the Abyss Demon Master to wreak havoc here, the human race would suffer great losses in the end. Only a similarly serious loss could dispel the doubts of the other groups. It was precisely because of this that even he couldn't help but be shocked. If this idea was put into practice, it would definitely be a shocking plan. You don't have to worry about this matter. Anyway, in the end, you won't be implicated. What you need to do now is to prepare for the battle with Feng Wuing in 3 days. You must win this battle. Originally, we planned to let Fei Wushuang fight, but now that he is seriously injured, this heavy responsibility can only fall into your hands. Now, among the experts of the younger generation here, only you have this ability. Chapter 1680. Yi Qiong looked at Yi Shiwen. If it was before, he didn't think that Yi Shiwen had the strength to defeat Feng Wuing. However, after the previous battle, he saw with his own eyes that Bailey Yi and the others were all young elites of their generation. They were all considered figures of their generation. But in the end, they were defeated by Yi Shiwen without any chance to fight back. That was why he wanted Yi Shiwen to fight. At this time, the human race couldn't lose their confidence. I understand. I will prepare well, Yi Shiwen said. After Yi Shiwen said goodbye to Yi Tianqiong, he immediately returned to his residence. This time, the situation was much more complicated than he had imagined. Even if the Abyss Demon Lord's true body might descend, the human race couldn't retreat at this time, not even by a single step. Every race was waiting to see a joke. The more it was at this time, the more they had to face it head-on. If it was just an incarnation of the Abyss Demon Lord descending, then there was nothing to worry about. Although he was a King Division Abyss Demon Lord, there were many experts of this level on this planet. Just Yi Tianqiong alone was a terrifying expert of this level. If it was just an incarnation descending, it wouldn't be able to cause any waves. What they were most afraid of was his true body descending. If that was the case, it would definitely be a disaster. Yi Shiwen originally planned to visit Wushuang, but he was told that he had been sent back to the ancient barons. Because his injuries were too serious, he couldn't delay it any longer. However, Yi Shiwen's heart was a little hazy. Just as Yi Shiwen was preparing for the battle in a few days, the outside world was in a heated stage about him. During this period of time, Feng Wuing could be said to have become famous in one fell swoop. He made a name for himself in the ancient barons. At first, many people were very dissatisfied with him, but in the end, they were all defeated by him. Even some of the famous early-stage celestial realm experts were no exception. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't bad either. He easily defeated Bailey, Yi, and the others, displaying shocking strength. Soon, the two of them will fight for real. Who do you think will win? I'm still optimistic about Feng Wuing. After all, he's from the Phoenix clan and has a noble bloodline. Moreover, he has many secret techniques. Although I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter Yi Shiwen had that allowed his combat power to be so powerful, he's not even in the celestial realm. It's already surprising that he could defeat Bailey, Yi, and the others. It's still too difficult for him to fight Feng Wuing. I don't think so. This Yi Shiwen has always done such unexpected things since his debut. Just like in the Imperial Court competition, he unexpectedly defeated everyone in one fell swoop and won the championship. I don't think so. How can that be the same? In the Imperial Court competition, they didn't fight directly, but this time he's going to fight Feng Wuing directly. No matter how glorious his past achievements are, I'm afraid he's not his match. Everyone had their own speculations about the outcome of the fight between these two. These people were the leaders of their respective forces. So, they had their own basis for their speculations. This matter had caused quite a commotion for a while. Although there had been several fights between the experts of the younger generation before, but none of them had ever attracted as much attention as the fight between Yi Shiwen and Feng Wuing. It was as if everything else had suddenly disappeared, and this was the only thing left in the world. And in the midst of the discussion, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, like a white steed flashing past a crevice without a sound. In the mountain range where the two of them were about to exchange blows, countless experts rushed over in advance. Streams of spirit consciousness enveloped the entire mountain range. Although these experts were still in a relatively far place, they could use their divine senses to completely observe the battlefield inside. The scene was silent, but in the entire void, countless divine senses were communicating, and it was very lively. Suddenly, a figure passed through the void, and everyone looked at it. Who else could it be but Feng Wuing? At this moment, they saw Feng Wuing in a fiery robe. His body carried a soaring momentum, and he descended from the sky, like a monarch descending to the world. He stood quietly on the peak of the mountain, his eyes looking into the distance. No one knew what he was looking at, but everyone knew that he was waiting for the other protagonist of today's challenge to appear, Yi Shiwen. This peerless genius of the human race who had been praised for the past 3 days. After a brilliant feat 10 years ago, he didn't make any progress in the past 10 years, but 10 years later, he became even more tyrannical. At this moment, Beishan Shui looked at Feng Wuing from afar, and he couldn't help but frown and say, "He's so strong, I'm probably not his match." Previously, it had been very difficult for him to deal with the Phoenix sect. Although after this period of training, he believed that he should not be inferior to the Phoenix sect, but when he saw Feng Wuing's momentum again, he felt that he was no match for him. Feng Wuing just stood quietly in the void, but his entire body seemed to be integrated into the breathing of the Great Way. and he was silent. However, when he opened his eyes, he saw the peerlessly domineering figure again. He knew that this was something that could only be achieved by comprehending the Great Way to an extremely profound level, or at least he couldn't do it at the moment. Therefore, just based on the momentum alone, Beishan Xue knew that he should not be Feng Wuying's match, and even without the two sides fighting, I just don't know if Yi Shiwen is a match for him. Like most people, Beishan Xue did not have an accurate opinion in his heart. This was because the strength of these two people had already surpassed the level he could come into contact with. For a person with low strength to judge the outcome of a battle between experts with high strength, this in itself was very laughable, wasn't it? Just as everyone was discussing, they saw Feng Wuying suddenly raise his head, look into the void, and say, "He's here." And at this time, everyone saw a shocking rainbow light coming from the other side of the sky. The dreadful rainbow light pulled horizontally and brought along Yi Shiwen's phantom. It was as if he was a legendary deity, and his imposing aura was far greater than that of Feng Wuying's. In fact, some of the rogue cultivator's old ancestors were stunned by Yi Shiwen's momentum just by looking at it. Although he had not reached the celestial realm, he had a terrifying momentum and strength that far exceeded that of ordinary celestial realm experts. At this moment, Yi Shiwen was like the only true god in the world. An entire world disappeared in an instant, leaving only Yi Shiwen. He was the god of creation of the entire world. Many experts of the older generation were stunned by his momentum. So strong. Is this his true strength? Beishan Xue couldn't help but gasp, his eyes filled with shock. Although he had overestimated Yi Shiwen's strength, the terrifying strength that Yi Shiwen displayed at this moment had already surpassed the strength that he had displayed when he took care of Bailey, Yi, and the others. And it was not just a little bit stronger. Those who originally didn't think highly of Yi Shiwen also collectively shut their mouths at this moment, completely shocked by Yi Shiwen's posture that was like a celestial being. Yi Shiwen looked at Feng Wuying coldly. The reason why he used such a shocking posture as soon as he appeared was because he had taken a fancy to Feng Wuying. Feng Wuying's strength made even him somewhat fearful, so he decided to go all out and absolutely not give Feng Wuying any chance to take advantage of him. Yi Shiwen's huge momentum descended on Feng Wuying, but Feng Wuying only smiled coldly and said, "You're just bluffing." As he said that, an even more powerful momentum erupted from his body, directly smashing Yi Shiwen's descending momentum into smithereens. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A terrifying airflow swept over, and the collision of momentum between the two directly brought about a huge airflow that filled the sky. So strong. Everyone couldn't help but be dumbfounded when they saw the scene. It was merely a confrontation of momentum, but it had already caused many experts in the ninth heaven of the celestial realm to be unable to stand steadily. If this continued, the power of the real battle would be so terrifying that it was simply unimaginable. Yi Shiwen's crushing momentum was instantly smashed into smithereens, and then the scorching momentum on Feng Wuying's body fell on Yi Shiwen's body like a ball of flame, as if it was going to swallow everything alive. Yi Shiwen's hand was on the long sword, and his figure was incomparably straight. In the face of this scorching momentum, there wasn't the slightest change in his expression, as if he was facing a scorching, hot momentum at all. His entire body stood ramrod straight, like a long spear soaring into the sky. In an instant, a terrifying force directly swept out, and a soaring sword momentum soared from his body, directly cutting this incomparably scorching momentum in the air, directly soaring into the sky. Then, that incomparably scorching aura directly split apart, and then fell on both sides of Yi Shiwen's body. It was like a raging wave, directly burning the air in the sky. The exchange between the two was almost completed in an instant. This kind of confrontation of momentum was even more of a test of both sides' confidence. Everyone was dazzled by the scene. This was merely a confrontation of momentum, testing each other's strength, and it was already so intense. This made the crowd even more excited. Even those big shots who were hidden at the side were interested. regardless of whether it was Yi Shiwen or Feng Wuying, since they had already reached the celestial realm. This level of strength was no longer a level that could be casually ignored. Even if it was only the initial celestial realm, it was still a figure that could influence the entire ancient Barrens continent's overlord level. This is a battle of celestial realm willpower. No, I'm afraid that even ordinary celestial realm experts aren't this strong. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Feng Wuying merely took a glance at Yi Shiwen. This time he didn't say anything, and instantly tore out a fiery red figure. He directly attacked. Chapter 1681. Feng Wuying's movements were extremely fast. He brought forth a sea of fire in the void. Behind him, a pair of fiery red wings instantly spread open, bursting out with multicolored light. At this time, the fiery red Jinyuan on his body suddenly surged, like a huge phoenix, sweeping towards Yi Shiwen in an overwhelming manner. Under his wings, countless powers were boiling and countless flames were burning, fusing into countless laws of fire. His speed was extremely fast. Compared to Feng Zong, it seemed to be the same movement technique, but it was not just a little bit faster. Compared to Feng Zong, Feng Wuying was more proficient in this set of movement techniques. In the face of Feng Wuying's sudden attack, Yi Shiwen merely snorted coldly. At this time he finally moved. The hand that was pressed on the hilt of his sword suddenly pulled out a shocking sword light that chilled the entire sky. Countless tyrannical sword lights rose and fell in the void, and then condensed into a huge fallen angel. All of a sudden, it swept towards Feng Wuying's sudden attack of the phoenix. Rumble! A terrifying collision occurred, and it seemed as if the world had completely collapsed from this terrifying collision. Everyone only saw the huge fallen angel and the flaming phoenix collide fiercely. Both sides directly collided, and regardless of whether it was the fallen angel's sword technique or the flaming phoenix's laws of fire, they were both considered martial arts masters, and any casual move of theirs carried endless power. Yi Shiwen's sword technique directly slashed out a sword formation, bringing with it powerful laws, automatically forming a sword technique to crush the phoenix. As for Feng Wuying's flames, they formed an earth-shattering sea of flames that seemed as though they were going to incinerate everything in the world. The battle between the two sides was already extremely intense from the beginning. The terrifying power rebounded through the collision, rebounding onto both of them. Thump, thump, thump. Both of them took a few steps back, and the first exchange ended in a draw. Not bad. Feng Wuying glanced at Yi Shiwen, and finally squeezed out these two words through his teeth. The terrifying will of fire on his body was frenzied, but it was also terrifying. You're only SOSO. Yi Shiwen just looked at Feng Wuying and said with a smile, You want to be arrogant in the ancient wilderness with only this kind of strength? It's not your turn to be arrogant in our human race. Well said by Yi Shiwen. During this period of time, Feng Wuying has been too arrogant. Unfortunately, F.A. Wushuang is the only one among our 5 magnates, and F.A. Wushuang left with Yi Shiwen some time ago. This has given him the opportunity to become famous. That's right, there are no heroes in this era. That's why the lad is famous. Yi Shiwen's words immediately resonated with many experts of the human race. Feng Wuying's arrogance had displeased many people during this period of time, and it wasn't just the human race, but the other races as well. From a certain perspective, the human race could be considered to be in the same camp as them. They were all in the same trench, and they were all natives of the ancient Barrens continent. Compared to an outsider like Feng Wuying, they were naturally closer. The most important thing was that Feng Wuying was too arrogant, looking down on everyone. He had defeated so many famous young elites of the ancient desolate era, and it was clear that he didn't place the ancient desolate era in his eyes at all. Not only did he belittle the human race, but he also looked down on them. How could they feel good about it? But it just so happened that he was unable to suppress his arrogance due to various reasons. Even though Feng Wuying was extremely arrogant, his strength was indeed top-notch amongst the younger generation, and there were only a few amongst the various clans that could go against him. Even if the older generation could suppress him, they couldn't do so. They didn't mind bullying the weak, but depended on the situation. Feng Wuying had the entire Phoenix race behind him, which was a race that was even stronger than the 4 clans of the ancient desolate era. Now that Yi Shiwen had directly suppressed his aura, everyone felt a sense of satisfaction. Their ancient desolate era wasn't without people. The Phoenix race shouldn't be happy too early. As for the experts of the other races who had been holding back their anger, even if they couldn't directly cheer for Yi Shiwen, they were secretly happy in their hearts. Looking at the fight between Yi Shiwen and Feng Wuying, they knew that both sides were evenly matched. Originally, both sides had a group of supporters who thought that the other side was far from being a match for the side they supported. Now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. You'll know if that's the case if you try it yourself. Feng Wuying laughed coldly. Just as he finished speaking, his entire body started to turn blurry in the air, leaving behind only an afterimage. Yi Shiwen was suddenly alarmed. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his gaze was like lightning. In the void, he could clearly see a fiery, red brilliance breaking through the sky. In an instant, it had already rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. Its speed was so fast that ordinary people wouldn't be able to see how fast this brilliance was. So fast! Yi Shiwen immediately reacted. He had seen the speed of the Kuan Peng before. It was said to be able to fly 90,000 miles in one go. In almost an instant, its entire body had already disappeared. Now he could see such a shocking scene from the body of the young Kuan Peng. When the Kuan Peng transformed into a Kuan, its entire body seemed to be completely formed by the laws of the wind attribute. Its speed was so fast that even the ability to teleport could not keep up with the speed of the Kuan Peng. It could even be said that Yi Shiwen had never seen a creature that was faster than the Kuan Peng. Within the same realm, it was almost unparalleled. However, according to Yemo, if he could train his demon wings to the 3rd level, he would be able to surpass the speed of the Kuan Peng and truly reach the level of astonishing speed. This was the movement technique of the Demon King in the past. Speaking of it, it was definitely one of the most tyrannical movement techniques in the world. Who was the Demon King? He was an emperor-level figure who could move heaven and earth. He was a powerful existence that was above the ancestors of the Kuan Peng race and the Demon Master. As for the movement skill of the Phoenix race, he had seen it once before. However, the Phoenix sect had been completely countered by him back then. This time around, Feng Wuying had truly displayed the powerful foundation of the Phoenix race as the leader of the flying beasts. His movement skill was invincible. Compared to the soaring speed of the Kuan Peng, the fire-like speed of the Phoenix clan was also extremely fast. In a split second, the speed of the Phoenix clan had soared to the extreme. Yi Shiwen never dared to underestimate the Phoenix clan. They were a terrifying existence that once ruled the ancient times. Even if they retreated to the ancient Phoenix domain, they still had a huge influence on the ancient times. He had cultivated the Phoenix regeneration technique. The Phoenix regeneration technique had saved his life so many times that he couldn't even count it. So far, he hadn't seen a healing technique that was more powerful than the Phoenix regeneration technique. Based on this alone, he didn't dare to underestimate the Phoenix clan. In an instant, thoughts flashed in Yi Shiwen's mind. However, his hands did not slow down at all. The angel sword in his hand directly slashed out countless sword lights and slashed horizontally towards Feng Wuying. Both sides were fast to the extreme, fighting speed with speed. Among the experts present, even the experts in the early stage of the Heaven Realm could not see the movements of both sides clearly. Many warriors below the Heaven Realm were even more confused about what was going on. They only saw Yi Shiwen suddenly attack, and the sword light stirred up a shocking sword piercing through the sky. 3 feet in front of Yi Shiwen, a figure slowly appeared. This was no other person but Feng Wuying, and Yi Shiwen's sword light directly pierced through him. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. When Feng Wu-ying appeared, they finally reacted, and all of them opened their mouths wide. Everyone was unhappy with Feng Wu-ying. However, even more people didn't like Yi Shiwen. This was especially true for the experts of the other races. They didn't want such a genius to emerge from the human race. After all, this wasn't necessarily good news for them. But what kind of rhythm was this? Yi Shiwen killed him with a single sword? This was too fast. Countless ways and possibilities of the fight between the two sides had spun in their minds. But they hadn't expected that it would end in such a manner. Feng Wu-ying, who had been incomparably arrogant a while ago, had been stabbed to death by Yi Shiwen's sword. This was a little too much, especially many people who hoped to see the two of them fight to the point where both sides were injured. At this moment, they were even more depressed. This result was simply too subversive. Could it be that this Feng Wu-ying is just for show? Only at this level? This is simply too much. The experts of the Phoenix race are only at this level. Many people instantly started to make a ruckus. They had been waiting for 3 days, only to see such a ridiculous result. Look, something's wrong, something's wrong. Suddenly, someone noticed that Feng Wu-ying, who had been pierced by Yi Shiwen's sword, suddenly revealed a somewhat strange smile on his face. Then his entire body began to crumble bit by bit, turning into sparks that filled the sky before disappearing. He disappeared. What kind of cultivation technique is this? It should be a kind of doppelganger. Yi Shiwen did not stab him at all just now. At this time, everyone began to make wild guesses. Just now, when the two of them exchanged blows, they did not clearly see what had happened at all. So at this time, they could only guess what had happened. A tyrannical divine sense swept over, trying to capture the figure of Feng Wu-ying in the void. Yi Shiwen was not as surprised as everyone thought he was. He just calmly withdrew the long sword in his hand. The moment when he pierced the sword, he had already realized that something was wrong. It was nothing for him. You dodged quite quickly, Yi Shiwen said lightly. His tone was dull, domineering, and did not give in at all. Chapter 1682. This kid's aura isn't bad. At this time, an old Heaven Realm expert couldn't help but speak out. With his age and strength, he was indeed qualified to say that Yi Shiwen was this kid. That's right. From the beginning to the end, his domineering aura didn't lose to Feng Wu-ying at all. Feng Wu-ying always wanted to be domineering, but he was steadily suppressed by Yi Shiwen. From the beginning to the end, he couldn't gain the upper hand in the confrontation of aura. This kid isn't simple. Many people couldn't see what Yi Shiwen was doing, but for these old monsters, they could see it clearly and knew very well what he was doing. Sometimes, aura was also a terrifying thing. The so-called general trend. In front of the general trend, anyone who wanted to stop it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It was the same for a martial artist. Their aura couldn't be cut off. Many people could fight more and more smoothly after gaining the upper hand in the beginning. Opponents who might have been evenly matched could also be completely suppressed as the fight went on. This was the so-called hot hands. The higher the level of the martial artist, the more tyrannical their aura was. Competing with each other's aura was also an important part of a martial artist's battle. Suppressing each other's chi became the most important thing. Once one's chi was suppressed, one wouldn't be able to unleash their full strength, let alone unleash their full strength. It was extremely rare for one to be able to kill their way out of an adverse situation. Even among these heaven's prides, only a few could do it, and Yi Shiwen was one of these few. However, this didn't mean that he didn't know how to suppress the opponent's aura. From the beginning of the fight, he didn't give Feng Wu-ying any chance. Feng Wuxuang's aura was domineering, so Yi Shiwen was even more domineering than him. A mountain couldn't accommodate 2 tigers. Under such a tyrannical aura, Yi Shiwen steadily suppressed Feng Wuxuang's aura, causing him to be unable to release his domineering aura and could only be firmly suppressed. At this time, Feng Wuying's cold snort was like a thunderclap exploding in the void. At this time, countless flames condensed behind Yi Shiwen and instantly condensed into a figure behind Yi Shiwen. It was Feng Wuying. With your speed, you still want to fight me like this? Wishful thinking. He sneered, trying to attack Yi Shiwen's confidence. Let's give it a try then. As soon as his voice fell, Yi Shiwen's sword light had already arrived. The sword light traversed the vast sky, and the void collapsed instantly. The space here had been specially reinforced, but it still seemed inadequate in front of Yi Shiwen and Yi Shiwen. In a split second, he was already in front of Feng Wuying. Yi Shiwen's sword light pierced into Feng Wuying's body almost without any hindrance. It was extremely fast. Both sides were competing in speed, but it seemed like Yi Shiwen's speed was a notch higher. Flying in front of Yi Shiwen, Feng Wuying seemed to be unable to escape Yi Shiwen's eyes no matter what he did. Whoosh! In that instant, Yi Shiwen's sword light had already pierced through Feng Wuying's body. His entire body had already arrived in front of Feng Wuying, and the sword light had already pierced through Feng Wuying's head. Idiot, do you think I don't know? I'm just luring you into a trap. At this time, Feng Wuying's cold voice once again appeared behind Yi Shiwen. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen's heart was alarmed, and countless tyrannical auras suddenly spread out from Feng Wuying's body, which was right in front of him. Immediately after, a terrifying force swept out in an instant. Boom! An incomparably loud explosion sounded, and terrifying energy swept out. Feng Wuying's entire body suddenly exploded with a loud bang. A small mushroom cloud rose in the void, and at this time, Feng Wuying's figure finally appeared in the void. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, another round of exchanges occurred. Many people who witnessed this scene were completely horrified. From the moment Yi Shiwen firmly suppressed Feng Wuying to the moment Feng Wuying counterattacked with such incisive means, using a doppelganger to deceive Yi Shiwen over, and then decisively exploding. The entire process of this exchange was but a flash of lightning. The frequency at which the two of them exchanged blows had indeed thoroughly shocked many people. So fast, these two people, some people were already so shocked that they couldn't speak. Many people originally wanted to take advantage of their seniority and say a few words about the younger generation. But now that they saw the exchange between the two of them, they completely extinguished such thoughts. If they were to go up, they might not be able to handle the attacks of the two of them. Although the method was simple, it was the most effective method, and that was enough. Beishan Shui watched from afar, and his pupils contracted. Fast, too fast. Originally, he had already sensed the gap between him and the two of them, but when he saw the exchange between the two of them, he finally understood that the gap between him and the two of them seemed to be getting bigger and bigger, and it was not just a little big. It was extremely terrifying, now that he had also stepped into the peak of the early stage of the celestial realm. He believed that his strength would not lose to the Phoenix sect. Now, it seemed that after a few months, Yi Shiwen's strength had entered an even more unfathomable stage, and Feng Wuying's strength was even more tyrannical to an unimaginable degree. And just as he was still in shock, a torrential light broke out from the mushroom cloud of explosion, and directly condensed into a giant finger in the void. Heaven imprisonment style. Then, Yi Shiwen's cold voice rang out from the void. Instantly, that finger of his seemed to have turned into a giant cage in the void, imprisoning the heavens, imprisoning the earth, imprisoning everything, and imprisoning the space. Beams of incomparably powerful light instantly formed a giant cage, enveloping Feng Wuying. If Feng Wuying was enveloped by it, it would really be hard for him to escape. Beep! However, there was an incomparably loud cry of a phoenix. Then, countless flames appeared from Feng Wuying's body, and these flames formed into a giant fire phoenix in the void. It opened its mouth wide, and instantly a sky full of flames was spat out, forming a sky full of flames. Under the burning of his Nanming mythical fire, that shrouding finger instantly turned into ashes. His Nanming mythical fire was like a world-destroying fire, and anyone who tried to get close to it would be burned alive by the Nanming mythical fire. And at this moment, within that mushroom cloud, a figure broke through the powerful force, traversing horizontally. It was Yi Shiwen. His green robes were spotless, as if he wasn't affected by the explosion at all, and he casually dissipated the power of the explosion into nothingness. Before the crowd had time to marvel, they saw him walking out of the mushroom cloud of explosion. With just one step, he seemed to have crossed the gap between heaven and earth and ascended to the heavens in a single step. In an instant, he was already behind Feng Wuing, and at this moment, the crowd finally saw a pair of golden wings directly spread out from his back. Compared to the pair of fire phoenix wings behind Feng Wuing, it was even more noble and mysterious. At this moment, looking at Yi Shiwen, he actually looked a little like an angel. When he was in the demon realm, he often relied on this trick to pretend to be a fallen angel. The wings on the back of both of them showed that their movement techniques were extraordinary. Yi Shiwen attacked calmly, but the sword light covered the entire sky. The phoenix sex flames didn't show any weakness, and compared to Yi Shiwen's sword light, they weren't at a disadvantage. At this moment, it was time for both sides to compete in strength. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Both of their figures clashed in the sky. At this moment, it was truly a battle of speed. Both of them used their speed to the extreme, tearing numerous afterimages in the sky. At the start, there were 10, 50, 100, hundreds. In the end, the whole sky was filled with the afterimages of their fight. Everyone was dazzled by the scene. Their eyes couldn't catch it at all. It was clear that one of the afterimages had just disappeared, and a new one had appeared. It was simply fast to the extreme. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that with their age and strength, their speed could actually reach such a level. Even some celestial realm experts' expressions changed. Even they didn't have such speed. In other words, as long as their opponent wasn't each other, anyone at the same level wouldn't be a problem in front of them. This was because their speed was simply too fast, and normal people couldn't keep up with their speed at all. Moreover, most people could only maintain this speed for a short period of time. It was impossible to maintain this speed forever. No matter how strong one's body was, it would be very difficult to maintain this speed forever. It was very likely that the body would not be able to hold on halfway and completely collapse. This was also very likely. However, both of them possessed extraordinary healing techniques. As a result, the battles seemed to be endless as they continued to charge forward and kill each other. In an instant, they exchanged 100 moves, 1,000 moves. The sound of explosions constantly rang out in the void. It was extremely terrifying. Fire Lotus World Annihilation. At this moment, Feng Wuing appeared from the void. At this moment, his illusory figures that filled the sky disappeared in an instant. He then pinched a complicated hand seal with both his hands, and countless flames spewed out from every single pore on his body. He looked like a man of fire at a glance. Countless flames were spat out from it, burning fiercely in the void, burning through everything and causing everything to collapse. After that, these flames gathered on top of his head and formed an incomparably gigantic flame lotus. It was incomparably beautiful, yet it brought along a destructive aura